We're good? All good? Okay, perfect. Dear participants, distinguished speakers, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the NEA-IFNEC Warsaw Conference on Nuclear Financing, hosted by the Ministry of Climate and Environment of Poland. We're excited to be here with you today, and we have an incredible lineup of sessions ahead of us today. Please join me for the welcoming remarks, Minister of Climate and Environment of Poland, Ms. Anna Moskwa.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here today. Let me first start with thanking Mr. Director General, Mr. Magwood, for being here in person. We absolutely appreciate, and we know that it's not always the fact that due to so many duties and very hectic December, he is able to take part in person. So we really appreciate, and we are very thankful, and you are always welcomed in Poland. And thank you very much for all your support, for all your engagement and commitment for Polish nuclear project. We absolutely appreciate every single workshop, support, documents, analysis, invitation, whatever we get from the agency is very important from us, and we ask you, and we humbly ask you for more. And we also declare as Poland to be engaged in the agency's work with all our staff at a daily basis. And again, thank you so much. Thank you very much for choosing Poland for this very important event. And I have to admit that it took me a lot of time to find good words for this audience. Because when I look around this room, but also believe that many people who are online, I believe that most of you are better experts in nuclear than us. So probably you can tell us much more about nuclear than I can tell you. So I'm not gonna explain you how important is nuclear energy and how perplexed and complicated and sophisticated those projects are, because you know it better than me. But I will tell you how important nuclear project is for Poland. We have never been in our country that advanced in nuclear project as we are now, which means that we are proud of it, because now we already have technology, we are in front of getting the most important permits, and I really believe that we will get them soon. So we are very determined to have at least 20% of nuclear power energy in our mix. But at the same time, just after having this party time, that we are that advanced, we are already after this part, we need to think what the challenge it is for us. So when we think about challenges, and most of you also knows what a big challenge it is, a number of challenges comes in front of our eyes. We think about human resources challenge, because as you know, Polish people are very good in investments, very good when it comes to engineering competences. So it gives a challenge to keep them here in the country, to get them and to provide them with proper skills, and to build good teams, not only for 1-2 years, but long-term teams. So we are absolutely aware of this challenge. Supply chain challenge, we had a talk today in the morning with Mr. Director, that it's a challenge, not only in Poland, but all around the world. We are very happy that nuclear got back to public consciousness, got back to acceptance as a safe, secure, and also financially acceptable source of energy. But at the same time, it means that we are in the world of high level of competition. And we need to take part in this competition when it comes to resources, supply chain. What's the answer for this? We believe that the only answer this is cooperation. Cooperation when it comes to human resources, cooperation when it comes to technological part and supply chain, but also when it comes to financing. because when we speak about financing and building the financial model, we speak about building the very good relations and a very good model of institutions being devoted into the project for many years. It's not only a single, like, real estate project that somebody lends you money, you build the building, then you pay it back, and it's ready. It's done. There is a mortgage and a number of very simple financial instruments. It's something about being together for many years, about bearing the risks, about sharing this risk. So this is for us crucial now, as for Poland, to find such institutions, to find such partners, to build this very model now for years, not to change the partners on the way, to be together in this project and to be sure and to believe in this project. Because it's not about money, it's not about the rates, it's not only about this financial part, but about trust and about building relations. And I'm very happy that also you, when I went through the main findings from the already work which has been done, also leads to those conclusions. That it's very important to build team and build relations. So I believe that during this meeting you will not only speak about rates, about financial scores and all those issues, but about these, I believe, more challenging parts, how to build financial partnerships than just looking for institutions to finance the project. Thank you very much.
And now, please join me in welcoming Nuclear Energy Agency Director General William D. Magwood IV.
Good morning. I feel like there's nothing more to say. I think, Minister, you've covered it. We can all go home now. Well, you know, let me first begin by thanking the Minister for being here and opening this session. This has been a good symbol of the importance that Poland puts into the subject and the importance that I think all ministers of energy should put into this subject, because it's really at the crux of how we move forward in the decarbonization of our economies. So let me talk about that in just a minute. But let me again thank you, Minister, for being here. I'll hazard to say that there's probably not a lot of other energy ministers that could have given those remarks without notes. So thank you. Very, very impressive. And let me thank Aleshia Duncan, the chairman of IFNEC, for being here, a long-time partner in these conversations. So I'm looking forward to her remarks in a few minutes. And let me thank all of you for participating in this. You're bringing your expertise and your thoughts to this conversation, and it comes at a very, very auspicious time. You know, it's very clear that in the aftermath of the COP26 discussions in Glasgow last year, that governments began to shift away from the theory of how to abate CO2 emissions and really started to focus on actual implementation. How do we do it? How do we move forward? And when they started to ask that question, they started to see something very clear, something that I think we at the NEA and other analysts have seen for a long time, which was that we were not on path to reach net zero by 2050. In fact, not just not on path, but actually diverging from it. And that the policies and programs and practices that countries were following were not going to get them anywhere close to net zero. And I think they started to realize that after Glasgow. That started a resurgence in interest in nuclear energy. But clearly, you know, the situation, the invasion of Ukraine and the aftermath of that event and the ramifications for energy security around the world have brought a seriousness to the conversation that simply wasn't there before. I've been in this position for 8 years, and I can tell you that most of that time, the discussions about energy almost never touch on energy security and the absolute responsibility of governments to make sure that when their citizens need electricity, need heat, that they can get access to it reliably and cost affordably. And that conversation had vanished from most of the bilateral, multilateral discussions. It's back now, and it's back in a very, very big way. So when you take the combination of the urgency of energy security and the desire to decarbonate our economies, it creates a nexus in which nuclear does very well. Because it's well documented and well understood really around the world that nuclear is the only large-scale, scalable, dispatchable source of electricity and heat that does not emit CO2 emissions. And that is true in the past, is true now, and it will be true in the foreseeable future. And so for any serious analysis as to how we're going to abate carbon, nuclear has to play a very large role. And that's a good time to have this conversation because nuclear is in the resurgence of itself. We're not just talking about the traditional Generation 3 type technologies, as excellent as they are, like the AP1000, which of course Poland is greatly interested, but also these new small modular reactors and Generation 4 reactors, which can fit in different niches and different purposes to produce heat for industry, to provide electricity for remote communities, to perhaps provide energy for marine shipping, perhaps for hydrogen generation, a wide range of possibilities. And so there's a lot of excitement about that right now. And while this excitement is well justified, there's a lot of challenges ahead. As the Minister mentioned, we're all concerned about the supply chain. The global supply chain is very fragile. It's very uncertain in many ways. It's something we have to watch very closely. Human capacity in many countries is much, much lower than it needs to be to fulfill the dreams that we have for nuclear technology. So we have to adjust that. In some cases, markets are not structured correctly to encourage large-scale investment in low-carbon technologies of any type without subsidies. We have concerns about fuel cycle and the availability of enriched uranium, and not to mention high-assay low-enriched uranium. These are big challenges ahead, and the NEA and others are working on these challenges. But as I list these challenges, the one that probably is most pervasive, no matter what type of nuclear technology that we're looking at, is going to be the issue of financing. How do you pay for it? I remember I was in a country a couple of years ago, and I was talking to a minister about nuclear options. And after listening for a while, she sort of looked at me and she said, "This doesn't really matter what technology we have, we can't afford to build it." And that was probably the most profound statement I've heard in a long time, because it's true. What difference does it make? If it's too expensive to build, or you can't get it financed, it doesn't matter how good the technology is. And that's really why we're here, because with new technology, new situations, I think it's very clear also we have to have new thinking when it comes to financing. It cannot be financing in the old model. It's got to be a new type of financing, and probably financing that brings a role for both the private sector and the governmental sector. And the question is, what are those roles, and what is optimum, and what is doable? And how do we do it not 10 years from now, but right now? And so this conversation today, I think, is extremely important, and therefore I'm looking forward very much to what all of you have to say. And I plan to stay here the entire day to listen to the presentations. So don't tell anybody I'm here, because they'll come to get me if they know I'm hanging out with you. You're going to hear from NEA experts this morning about two new products that we have issued or will issue very, very soon. You're going to hear from Dr. Jan Horst Kepler, who is the chief economist at the Nuclear Energy Agency, who's going to talk about a new publication on financing new nuclear plants, minimizing the cost of capital by optimizing risk management. So there's a lot of new thinking in this. I talk about new thinking, this shows new thinking, so you're going to hear about that. And you're also going to hear from Michelle Bethelmy, who's going to talk about empirical case studies that map out the financing and policy frameworks of new nuclear build. So you see information on that as well. So we're very interested in your thoughts and opinions and ideas. That's why we're here. And this one event is not simply one event. It really is a culmination of a year-long discussion. Is it more than a year? It may be more than a year of discussion. It took place online during the pandemic. But bringing it all together today, and the knowledge that we gain from this conversation will feed further work in the future and further cooperation. So let the festivities begin. I will now step down and listen. But again, my thanks to the minister and her colleagues here in Poland for hosting this event. My thanks to Aleshia, Duncan for the cooperation of IFNEC in performing this. And my thanks to the staff of the NEA for the hard work and the very careful thinking about financing over the long period of time in order to bring us to this point. Thank you very much.
Last but not least, please join me in welcoming Ms. Aleshia Duncan, Chair of IFNEC.
Mr. Magwood, you're tall. Good morning, everyone. It is good to see you here. I remember hearing that we were going to have a conference in Warsaw in December, finally, given the pandemic. And it is really important and great that we are here together in person to have a conversation. I do know that there are illnesses raging right now, but I'm thankful that you all could join us. First, let me start by thanking our host, the minister and her team from the Ministry of Climate to host us here in Warsaw. I think it's important that we be here in a place where there's actual project that sort of compels the discussion on finance to push that further. I want to thank the IFNEC co-chairs, Dr. Mike Goff and Zbigniew Kubacki, who have worked with the NEA team to support this conference. And I want to thank the NEA team for the expertise that they bring to this. Bill Magwood mentioned Jan Horst Kepler, and I used to work at the NEA, and I know that in terms of the expertise that they have there, Michel Berton-Lee, the folks that are behind these are true experts in the financing field, so we are very grateful to have that technical expertise merged with the IFNEC family and the Polish interest in a nuclear project. So bringing all of those ingredients together, I think, makes for a very ripe conversation. But conversation is what we've been doing in IFNEC on financing for more than 12 years. And that's a long time to be talking about something, to be talking about anything. If somebody talked to me about the same thing for 12 years, I would probably, well, I used to have long hair, as you see in my picture. I used to have long hair. Now, as you can see, it's all falling out. So we've got to do more than talk. We've got to do more than talk. We are really past the point where we should be talking about this. We really need to figure the financing piece out, because it's not only important for an economy like Poland, but we've got others in Southeast Asia and the continent of Africa that need to deploy nuclear. And when we think about who's going to pay for this, obviously that could be a bit more tough of a question to answer in those types of cases. And so we really need to think about, not only for one country or another country, but globally, how are we going to be able to finance nuclear projects? And more importantly, how are we going to be able to do that quickly? Because we know that there are some maligned actors that can roll out a checkbook, and we want to make sure, when we think about the looming crisis of energy security, that we have options that trusted partners can work with countries to be able to finance nuclear projects. So I know we have a lot of work to do, but I'm confident that we have the best people positioned in partnership to work on it. And I too want to thank the minister, because that's the first thing I noticed, that you came up here without notes. I think you brought just your folder just to be humble, because you didn't need that, to be able to speak so eloquently and fluently about the issue. And that shows real commitment to solving a problem. And so I thank that. I also, Adam, must recognize you, because you have been a long-standing partner. And I would say your whole name if I knew I were not going to butcher it. So please forgive me. But I think it's really important that we continue to gather and have these conversations. Mr. Magwood mentioned that we had done a series of these over the pandemic, which was a great way to keep us engaged, and they were very highly attended. I think we did a total of 5, Jamie Lee, and then to be able to do this one in person. But I think we should also think about what the next steps will be in terms of turning that to action, because we have to get tired of talking, and we know that we have a lot to do in a very short time to do it in, because the energy security crisis is here. The winter is here. You did not tell me I was going to need an extra bigger coat, and we have to look forward to the next winter and the winter after that. So we've got a lot to do. And so I ask that we think about this holistically for all of our partners, especially those who don't have the means to be able to have these discussions and maybe need some help on the education part too. Because since we've been talking about this, and I saw the first advertisement for Poland's expert to work on a nuclear project issued in 2009. I saw the actual job announcement. So if you can imagine, we're in 2022, the amount of time needed to prepare the infrastructure, the people, to be able to work on such an issue to get to a project. So we've got to work together to get people ready, to be able to have these conversations so they have a comfort level and understanding of what's involved in financing a nuclear project. I know together that we can do it, and we will hear from the experts today, and I'm excited to hear this conversation, so I thank you all for being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now begin with our first session on financing models for nuclear new build, lessons learned from recent projects. This session will discuss a series of case studies of financing models for nuclear new build based on recent and ongoing projects. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Emma Wong, and our panelists to the stage.
All right. Well, welcome everyone to our first session. I'm Emma Wong. I am on loan to the NEA, so I'm very excited to be part of this meeting today. But first, we want to kick off this session, and I will introduce every speaker as we go through this. But first, we have Michel Barthélemy, and he is one of our leading experts in this area, so I'm very interested to hear what he has to say to open up this session. So. There you go.
Well, thank you, Emma. And it works. Well, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to start first session of today with a presentation of some recent work we've been advancing at the NEA on lesson learned from key financing frameworks for nuclear new build, drawing from a series of case studies from recent projects. So just to tell you a little bit about my presentation, I will start with providing you with some context on the role for nuclear energy in pathways to net zero, and turn to the critical role for nuclear financing as underlined by Director General Magwood earlier. Then I will move to these case studies we've been advancing on nuclear new build and the financing of nuclear new build. Telling you a little bit about the approach we're taking on this and using that as a basis for comparative analysis. And then I will finish with some higher level lesson learned, which hopefully will provide some good ground for the discussion with the panel later. So let's start with some context. And the context is the role for nuclear energy in pathways from net zero. As we look at this at the NEA, we've published a flagship report a few months ago, and our starting point is that when we look at pathways for net zero, such as those reviewed by the IPCC, we see that almost all of them have a role for nuclear energy. But then if we go a step further, if we go into more details, we see that it's important to break this down into what are the different nuclear technologies we have, and what application, what hard-to-abate sectors are they trying to address. And as we do this analysis, it's important for us to underline that we see different complementary nuclear technologies that will meet different applications, different hard-to-abate sectors. This is not my child. I didn't bring them today, for once. Now, a key finding of our work is that when we look at these pathways of the IPCC, we see that on average, nuclear needs to triple. And when we first look at this number, our heart sank a bit. We thought, maybe this is too ambitious, maybe this is not achievable for the nuclear sector. But then we started a different type of exercise, more of a bottom-up exercise. And we looked into what could we do from existing nuclear long-term operation, what can we do from large-scale new build, what can we do from small modular reactors. And looking at conservative and ambitious projection, we see that if we combine all these different technologies, this will be just about achievable. Now, turning to financing, looking at the ambitious projections, I think a striking number is that meeting our ambitious projection, tripling nuclear installed capacity by 2050 compared to today, that will require to increase by 1 order of magnitude the financial flows into nuclear new build. And if you do some assumption regarding the cost, construction cost of nuclear, this will require at least 100 billion euros per year of investment in nuclear capacity. And that without taking into account the cost of capital. And this is a very knowledgeable room, so I don't really need to highlight that, but when we look at the economics of nuclear power, as we all know, it's going to be dominated by the cost of capital. And we have almost, as shown on this slide here, on this graph, almost a linear relationship between the cost of capital and the cost of nuclear electricity. So affordable financing will require to put a great deal of focus on what will be the cost of capital. And then moving to the next stage, that will require us to discuss how, in particular, how do we allocate and mitigate risk, because this is what is going to be driving, at the end of the day, your cost of capital. And in particular, in this space, when it comes to nuclear, there are 2 key risks we need to focus on. And I know I will come back to them later, which are first the risk to do with the market and the revenue you derive from electricity market when markets are liberalized, and the construction risks. So with this context in mind, let me move on to the NEA case studies on financing frameworks for nuclear new build. This is ongoing work. We have really key findings already to share with you today. And a starting point for this work is the observation that, as much as we talk a lot, I'm sorry, Aleshia, about financing, we see that we're missing today one authoritative document to really explain in plain language how different models for financing work and what are the key issues at stake. And this work is also very important for us to complement the more conceptual, normative work we're advancing with Jan Horst Kepler on what should be the cost of capital for nuclear new build. So all of these things really come together. We have done a series of case studies, and these look at approaches of projects built over the last 2 decades. And what's quite interesting is that focusing on OECD, NEA economies, we have tried a lot of different things. In the US, Vogel 3 and 4 is being built based on rate-based model. In the UK, there's been different experiences with first the contract for difference for Hinkley Point, and now a new discussion around so-called regulated asset-based RAB model. Elsewhere in Europe, Finland has been applying the Mankala principle for Kyoto. And in the Czech Republic, there are ongoing discussions where they're looking at contract for difference, but also with a stronger role for government on financing with a large loan for construction. And then it's also interesting to look at one very successful project from the last few years, which is the Baraka project in the UK, which has been built in large part on the financing framework based on the power purchase agreement. So, of course, I don't have time to look through all case studies, but I think it's useful to show you what is the methodology here and why it is useful to help policymakers think about financing. Very briefly on the Hinkley-Point-C model, I think most of us already know that, but it is being built and financed by its main shareholder, EDF Energy. But it benefits from a number of policy support mechanisms. And first of them is the contract for difference, which is there to mitigate the market risk and to shift this market risk from the investors to the consumers. But there are also other categories of risk which are managed and mitigated for the investor. One of that is political risk, with a specific agreement in place to deal with that. And also a framework in place to deal with decommissioning and waste management to bring clarity on how do we allocate residual risk in that space. But what this means is that the construction risk remains on the investors. And that translates into a cost of capital, the WACC here, weighted average cost of capital, of 9%, which explains to a large extent the value of the contract for difference above £90 per megawatt hour. So then comes in an approach to mapping this financing framework. And financing is it's very difficult to do something simple to summarize financing. And this is what our framework does here. It maps what are the sources of financing, what are the revenues, what are the policy measures, and also what are the key stakeholders and the respective role. And so you can see here that EDF Energy is the main investor, but is also responsible for the offtake agreement, which then derives revenues for the project, which is also a role for the contract for difference to channel revenues to the project. And we also see the role of the government at different levels. But with this framework, what is also important is to add to that how risks are being allocated for the project. And here we take the key stakeholders we've presented previously, and we map what are the key risk categories. And for us, there's 5 key risks. First, what are the political and regulatory risks? Then the risk related to construction, operational performance, electricity market risk, and decommissioning and waste management. And as you can see on this matrix, we have a heat map about how the risks are being allocated. And you can see that typically construction risks are being primarily allocated to the equity provider, in this case EDF, whereas consumers are carrying most of the market risk. So drawing on these case studies, we can first have some comparative analysis. And here, I will focus on the construction risk from cost overruns and delays. And you can see this mapped for the different case studies we've reviewed. And there's some very striking points to make here. First is that when we look at recent projects, in particular those sort of been the first built over the last 2 decades, a lot of the risk was carried by either the EPC, the engineering procurement company, or by the vendors. And we see with Hinkley Point a bit of a turning point to the extent that the owner-operator was then taking most of this construction risk, with the caveat that, of course, EDF has different hats. But more importantly, we see today that the discussion on Sizewell C is really driven to a point where we start to review seriously how we allocate construction risk, and we look at different approaches so that it's allocated across different parties, and to some extent we can also see that for Dukovany 5 it is one of the key points for discussion today. So things are evolving in this space. So now let me finish with a few high-level lessons learned before moving to the panel discussions. And there are 4 points I'd like to make today. First, as we conducted these case studies, it's very clear to us that financing framework remains closely linked to the industrial and national context. Put it differently, financing framework does not exist in a vacuum. It interacts with this industrial and policy context. And as we draw lessons learned, these lessons learned need to be contextualized before considering to transfer them to other settings, to other countries, to other projects. Using a couple of examples, the RAM model in the UK. It is a model that has been applied extensively for infrastructure projects, which means there is a great deal of confidence in this approach to be applied in the UK. This will not be exactly applicable to another country. The same comes on the industrial context. When we look at market capitalization of energy utilities, in particular in Europe, it's nowhere near where it was 10, 15 years ago. And so we need to reflect on that when we think what role they can play for a project. The second point is on the critical role of the construction risk and in particular cost overruns. We need to have the conversation to tackle that explicitly. But one thing the case study demonstrates, which is a very important, beyond nuclear, is financing is going to have to strike the right balance between, on the one hand, the ability to mitigate the risk, which means, how do we limit the risk before construction, and also the ability for a given party to absorb the risk. If the risk materializes during the project, will it be the best party to deal with it? And clearly, one of the lessons learned we see from the RAM model is really that, the conversation being very focused on finding the right balance between these two elements. The third point I'd like to make is financing frameworks are not that is on understanding what are the limits of financing framework. And financing framework are not there to solve structural issues with the project. Financing frameworks are important for bringing incentives, but there's only so much the financing can do. And what I'm trying to say here is, upfront project planning, getting a good project, is the ground on which you can build your financing. And so financing, to that extent, is an output of that project, not so much of an input. And then last but not least, and this is my last slide, as much as we talk a lot about risk, allocating the risk, this shouldn't distract us from the overarching principle, which is to, at the end of the day, align the stakeholders' interests, build this long-term relationship that Aleshia mentioned, and bringing a bit of a feedback loop here. When we look, this has implication for financing, and typically some investors, some stakeholders taking strategic equity stakes in the project is something that can not only contribute to the financing, but then can also impact the overall chances of success for the project. And so with that, this is my last slide, and I hand it back to Emma, our moderator.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Michel. You take the last seat there. All right, I think that's given us a lot to think about as we move into our next four speakers. I'd like to introduce Lauri Pikari. He's the Senior Vice President, Treasurer and Risk Management for TVO Finland. So if you'd like to come up. Here you go. You just push the green button.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to share some views from TVO and from Olkiluoto. I have a few slides, first introducing a little bit of who is TVO. Perhaps you know, and I will be very brief on that. But TVO as a company, we are a public limited liability company, but not listed in stock exchange. But we have listed bonds outstanding. We produce about 17–18% of the Finnish power market, and with Olkiluoto 3, then our share will be about 30%. And there we have some information about the credit ratings and risk ratings. Two units, Olkiluoto 1 and 2, have been operating more than 40 years now. The license is currently until 2038. And then Olkiluoto 3 is now on the final testing phase. and Olkiluoto 3 has already been at 100% power level. But there has been some technical problems, but which will be hopefully solved soon. And then we have very, very important subsidiary, Posiva, who is responsible for the final disposal of spent fuel for both TVO and Fortum, who is another nuclear operator in Finland. Our shareholders, we have only 5 direct shareholders. Some of the shareholders operate the same way as we do, passing the cost to their shareholders. So if you look at the underlying kind of off-takers, then you see that the industrial companies represent a little bit less than half, municipalities close to 30%, and then Fortum, state-owned utility, about 26%. Then a few words about the experience and what was the discussion at the time when Olkiluoto 3 was launched. I think it boils down to three topics. First one being what is the general acceptance of nuclear power? What is the political and general public, what they feel? And the other one is this, it has to be competitive in the long run. It doesn't need to be competitive in the short run, but in the long run you have to have competitiveness in one or other way. And then risk management has to be kind of proven that you are able to manage the risks. And about the risks, I think there will be a lot of discussion today about the risks, and there has been already, so I don't spend too much here. But on our experience, it was really that you need to understand what are the risks and what are the opportunities for you. And then you have to have a sort of plan for risk mitigation. Which risk can be mitigated? And then you need to have the limits for yourself. And then, of course, you need to have a contingency plan if and when the risk limits are broken. Then about the operating model, I think most of you know the principles of Mankala model, but we are not market participant in the power market, so we deliver all our power to our shareholders at cost. Otherwise, we are a normal limited liability company, funding ourselves from the market. Shareholders have provided us equity and also subordinated debt, but we don't pay any dividend. Dividend comes in the form of cheap electricity. And then our direct shareholders, depending, they could use for their own operation, sell power to the market, or pass on the cost to their shareholders. And overall, there are about 60 off-takers spread out all over Finland who receives power from Olkiluoto. So shareholders are severally liable for the costs. So the Mankala principle basically means that everything is determined in the article of association of the company. And once you own the shares of TVO, then you are entitled to receive the power after you have paid the cost. And fixed costs are collected 1 month in advance, and variable cost after, depending how much is used. But there's no shareholder guarantee for debt, even though they have to cover the costs. So that's why you cannot sort of, from the debt holder's point of view, they cannot go to ask from the shareholders payment if TVO wouldn't be able to pay. And there's a very important protection clause in the articles that if one of the shareholders is unable to pay, then we can cut the delivery of power to that shareholder and sell power to other shareholders or to the market. But that has never happened. And then some benefits what we see on this model, it's really that the kind of a smaller players can also invest in nuclear. and meaning that also that the benefits will be spread more widely. If you have one big company, two big companies investing, and they get all the benefit. And it can be seen, especially now when power prices are extremely high. So now the margins could go to only one or two companies, but in our model, the margin goes to all 60 companies. And of course, the risk is in a way, it's a similar way shared. And it has also made possible to have kind of a public and private partnership. We have a lot of municipalities involved, but a lot of private companies. Then what we feel that why we were successful in financing when Olkiluoto 3 was launched. Key issues, as we discussed already before, was the public opinion, which was supportive. And of course, Finland has a very long track record of a stable political environment. And very important was the waste management, that we have a solution for the waste. And that is very critical in terms of public opinion. Then if we look at the actual financing case, it was very clear that project financing was not possible. There were no case where nuclear projects were financed with the project finance. That was absolutely clear. We benefited of our existing units, Olkiluoto 1 and 2, who have been operating very well. We also have very sort of relatively high credit quality shareholders, and during the time of we have had, as you know very well, that there has been a lot of delays in Olkiluoto 3 project, but shareholders have always been there in advance, showing that their commitment, and that has given sort of from the debt or the bankers or debt holders kind of a very positive message. And we discussed, or in the beginning was discussion about who takes the risks. I mean, it was absolutely clear at the time that it has to be turnkey delivery, and we have a joint and several liability with the consortium companies. Then a few words about the kind of lessons learned from our experience on the actual financing. We feel that kind of a supplier-linked financing may be very critical. In our case, it was buyer's credit, but it wasn't that critical in TVO's case. But you may remember that we have also had Olkiluoto 4 project some 10 years ago, which was not going further, but anyway, financing was very was discussed very deeply. Then experience on the banks. You need banks, and you need to have a big enough group because banks change, their strategies change, and the problem with nuclear is this long lead time, construction time, and so you cannot rely that everybody stays the same. And then transparency. As you know, banking business is a lot of trust business. You have to be absolutely transparent. Liquidity, enough, you need to have that. And then the contingency plan that I was mentioning already. In our case, our strong shareholders showed commitment all the way, or have been showing all the way. And then the Mankala principle that you don't really get the best out of it when you start from the scratch. But when you have kind of, in our case, we had the Olkiluoto 1 and 2 kind of supporting TVO, then you were able to finance the next unit without any subsidies. And then our credit rating, which has been sort of kind of investment grade level, it's a prerequisite for a successful bond financing. And just to finish slide about the public opinion in Finland towards nuclear power, I guess it's a similar trend in many places, but it has been relatively good in Finland since about 2000, and of course the latest is very, it never has been as positive. And just to say that there's a sort of, today there has been published a recent study, and it's even more popular nowadays, and even the Green Party members now, 72% in Finland are in favor of nuclear, which is very, very good thing. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Well, that's a nice message to leave us on, and I think we may hear more from our other speakers about this. All right, so next I would like to introduce Joe Rippon. He is the Sizewell C Financing Program Manager from EDF Energy in the United Kingdom. Welcome. So just push the green button.
Good morning, everyone. So Sizewell C, for those who don't know, is a twin unit EPR in the UK. We hope to start construction in around about a year's time. It's a follow-on project to Hinkley Point C, which is currently being built in the UK also. And today, what I'm going to talk about is a bit on the context and background to the financing for Sizewell C, why we're thinking about things the way we are. Secondly, why we are changing things from how they were done at Hinkley Point C from a financing perspective. And finally, why I'm confident that what we're trying to do is going to be successful in the end. I'll start with a very quick project update on Sizewell C. So, development consent order, it's a couple of major achievements this year. Development consent order is the planning consent in the UK to build large infrastructure projects. It means we can start building Sizewell C some point very soon. Early works are already starting, so physical activity is taking place at the site. Last week, you may have seen a very important announcement that the UK government has become a shareholder in the project. They've made a decision to invest £700 million in the project. Basically, what that money will be used for is to fund the remaining activity between now and financial close. As a result of the arrangements, the government is now a 50% shareholder in Sizewell C alongside EDF. And roughly, what we think is final investment decision may be in about 12 to 18 months. Precise timing is to be confirmed. But hopefully what you can take away from that is that the financial close and start of construction is in sight, and I'm going to have a very busy year next year. So, the background. What were the key requirements and things we were thinking about as we're developing, and requirements as we're developing the financing arrangements for Sizewell C? The first one is consumer value for money. So Michelle has already described why finance is a key driver of nuclear costs. Another example, which sits alongside the graph Michelle produced, is that at Hinkley Point C, of the £92.50, around 2/3 of that money that's going to be paid to Hinkley Point C in operation will be used to pay the financing costs of Hinkley Point C. Now, value for money is always important for nuclear, and for Sizewell C to happen, the UK government is going to have to be confident and approve Sizewell C from a value for money perspective. As the key driver of costs, opportunities to bring down the financing costs are things that are very important and things we're investigating very carefully. And just to give a bit more colour to that, since the Hinkley Point C CFD deal was done, the cost of renewables in the UK has fallen dramatically. So offshore wind today in the UK is around £40 a megawatt hour. Compare that to the Hinkley Point C strike price of £92.50. They're not directly comparable, but you can still see the competitive environment we're operating in. Points 2 and 3 talk about where the money that is going to finance Sizewell C might come from. Big difference here to Hinkley Point C is that EDF will not be a majority shareholder. it will be a minority shareholder. That's because EDF requires that Sizewell C is deconsolidated from its balance sheet. So whereas at Hinkley Point C, EDF takes 2/3 of the equity and is actually, the project is corporately financed, at Hinkley Point C, at Sizewell C, I beg your pardon, EDF's shareholding is likely to be less than 20%. Point 3 is the government is not going to make up the difference. The government will not be financing the majority of Sizewell C. So as I said earlier, currently EDF and government are 50% each of Sizewell C. At financial close, their shareholdings will reduce dramatically to perhaps less than 20% each. What it also means is that at the point of financial close, Sizewell C will become a standalone and independent company. It will not be part of a wider corporate. And that means that Sizewell C itself will be raising the equity to pay for Sizewell C, and Sizewell C itself will be raising the debt to pay for Sizewell C. It will not be raised by a corporate and then funneled into Sizewell C, as it is at Hinkley Point C, for example. And roughly what that means, these numbers are very indicative at this stage, but for the Sizewell C construction cost, we think around 70% of those, up to 70% of those will be paid for with debt, Sizewell C debt. With the equity, as I've described, the UK government and EDF's shareholding is likely to reduce dramatically at financial close to less than 20% each. That means, obviously, the remainder, 60% or more, has to be found from other investors. Some rough numbers on the slide, but the key point is a very large amount of equity, and the very critical consequence of that is that we think we're going to have to bring in new investors to Sizewell C, as in new to nuclear, investors who do not typically invest in nuclear and have never invested in nuclear before. The third point on the debt is that, as I say, up to 70% of the construction cost will come from debt. That will not be committed at financial close. In other words, as Sizewell C goes through construction, it will have to be able, on a continual basis, to access the debt markets to raise the capital that they're going to pay for the construction costs. Obviously, that is over the relatively long construction time of a large nuclear project. That is a big commitment, or you require very strong confidence that the project is going to be able to do that in order for it to start to take financial close. So why are we doing things differently to Hinkley? Would the CFD, which Michelle described, do the job? The short answer is very probably not. At Hinkley Point C, we undertook a very large and extensive marketing exercise to try and bring new investors into the project from financial close. That included the financial investors, insurance funds, pension funds, organisations that have never invested in nuclear before that we need to bring into Sizewell C. Ultimately, they weren't prepared to invest, and that is why you see today that EDF and CGN take the shareholding at EDF, both utilities, strategic investors. The key issues with the CFD that were identified in that marketing exercise were the extent of the construction risk. Michelle's already talked about that. The other key issue was the long delay to returns. 10+ years of construction before you see any return on your investment is not acceptable to a financial investor, an insurance fund or a pension fund. And then finally, and this is where we do differ to Hinkley Point C, the technology risk. At the time we were raising capital, trying to raise capital for Hinkley Point C, there was no operating EPRs in the world. That was a major issue for investors. We have 2 operating EPRs in China, and we have a proven EPR in Finland shortly to enter commercial operation, we very much hope. So Sizewell C does benefit from the developments in the EPR. It benefits very much from the reduction in intrinsic risk that comes from following Hinkley Point C. I'm going to speak about that in a minute. But even despite those advances and benefits relative to Hinkley Point C, we do not think the CFD would attract the amount of equity from new investors that we require for Sizewell C. The other point is on the debt. Would the CFD make it possible for Sizewell C as an entity to raise debt and be confident that it could do so through construction? The short answer is no. You can see there is no debt in Hinkley Point C. If there had been, it would have come via a loan guarantee from the UK government, and that is not the policy for Sizewell C. So we've got to do something different for Sizewell. And we didn't have to look too far to find a model that is proven in infrastructure to deliver what we require. The regulated asset-based model, which is what we are working on for Sizewell C, is very widely used. It's not new, it's very widely used for UK infrastructure. Over £200 billion of infrastructure operating in the UK today is under a RAB model. These are things like energy networks, water networks, telecoms, airports, railways. And so what we're doing for Sizewell C is developing a new nuclear version of that. The RAB model itself will be complemented from a financing perspective by what is called a government support package. This differs from the RAB, the regulated asset base, in that it provides protection, direct and targeted protection from the UK government to the project for low probability, i.e. very unlikely, but high impact risks. These are risks which investors would either price very inefficiently or quite possibly be so bad or be such a concern to them that they wouldn't invest at all. And for those reasons, it makes sense for the government to provide the protection because it's a more efficient arrangement. Would the RAB model deliver what we require? Well, in terms of what it's done for other infrastructure, it is very, very popular with financial investors. Large amounts of equity have come in from insurance funds, pension funds, the types of investors we want to bring into Sizewell. The RAB infrastructure assets in the UK today all have extremely strong credit ratings, single A, triple B+. So it's certainly proven for other infrastructure. Can it work for a new nuclear project? Well, I'll describe some of the key features that the RAB and the GSP in combination will deliver. And I think from this you can see that they address some of the issues that I identified at Hinkley Point C and some of the issues that Michelle has identified in the risk that investors are going to be considering with respect to investment in nuclear. So, revenue during construction. Revenue starts during construction. That deals with the long delayed to wait for your returns that occurred at Hinkley Point C. Inflation-linked revenue stream throughout the asset's life. That is similar to Hinkley Point C, but is critical to investors, particularly in today's environment. Construction risk, the all-critical construction risk. Overrun risk is shared between consumers, the government and investors. There is much more protection for investors to construction risk at Sizewell C than there would be at Hinkley Point C. There is also the possibility in the government support package of contingent financing facility. That means that if cost overruns are severe enough, so this is a remote probability type cost overrun, there is a backstop for the government to provide additional finance if the investors themselves don't have it available. Financing risk. The cost of financing will evolve as the project progresses, both through construction and operation. There is protection from the direction of travel of those costs. If they increase, the investors receive some protection, and if they reduce, the benefit flows to consumers via a reduction in the revenues. There is also, under the government support package, a liquidity support facility, potentially. The liquidity support facility would mean that if, in the unlikely event Sizewell C was unable to go to the debt market and raise the debt it needed to fund its construction costs, there is a backstop facility from the government which would become available to the project in those circumstances, allowing it to finance construction without having the debt market issues disrupt it. Minimal power market risks. This is very similar to Hinkley Point C, but where we probably will go further on Sizewell C is, as well as that key operating phase risk, there will be mitigation for operating costs, there will be arrangements to deal with periods of unavailability, and there will be other wider operating phase arrangements. I've described the government support package in a couple of its features there, the protection for the support in a severe cost overrun and the liquidity support. It will also include probably arrangements to provide insurances to Sizewell C that it can't access commercially. And it will also provide protection from political risk. So an early shutdown triggered by government action, very unlikely to occur, but investors will of course be worried about it. If that happens, the government support package provides arrangements to compensate them fully. Now, the final point, customer and taxpayer value for money. This is not directly or clearly just an investor point, but I make this point because it's crucial for the government and for consumers. So the key principle of the RAB model is that risks are shared, generally, between investors and consumers. So if there is a risk that investors can manage and influence and mitigate, they will remain exposed to it. If investors remain on the hook, they remain, as a result, strongly incentivized to deliver construction and operation and financing as efficiently as they can. And because of that, the outcome should be, or gives rise to, an improved confidence that it is consumer value for money. Basically, the plant will be built, the application of the RAB and the transfer of risk or protection of risk to investors will still result in the plant being constructed as quickly and cheaply as possible, operated as effectively as possible, and financed as cheaply as possible. And then finally, the other key value for money benefit is that RAB models do deliver lower cost of capital. Michel showed the sensitivity of nuclear cost to the cost of capital, and he also showed where a typical RAB utility would sit on that graph, some way down from a CFD type plant. Now, I'm going to end my presentation by talking about the real project. In a lot of ways, this is the wrong way around. I should always start, normally would start by talking about the real project. But I make this point because, and it's similar to what points Michel made about financing not being seen as in a vacuum from the real project. The RAB and the GSP are not a silver bullet. Sizewell C itself, the intrinsic underlying risk of the actual project, is absolutely crucial. And here we have a very important benefit, which is that we follow on from Hinkley Point C. So for the first time, you have an EPR being built for the second time in the same country. That's important because there have been substantial changes made to the UK EPR design in the UK relative to Finland and to France to comply with nuclear regulation in the UK. Rough numbers, just to give you an indication of the extent of that, in the nuclear island, you have 30 to 40% more concrete and steel in the EPRs being built at Hinkley than you do in the EPRs being built in France. That's because of the UK nuclear regulation. Now, when Hinkley started construction, the impact of those changes was not known, was not fully quantified. It is only now being fully quantified. Sizewell will copy the Hinkley Point C design. All the buildings you see in green there are an exact copy of the same building being built at Hinkley. Same amount of concrete, steel and equipment being put in exactly the same places. That basically means all that design risk, that quantities risk, the effects of dealing with the changes in UK nuclear regulation are fully known for Sizewell C, fully quantified, and the risk is mitigated. We also, of course, as a result, are building exactly the same thing for the second time, so there's a lessons learned benefit there. And we're going to take the supply chain from Hinkley, move them across to Sizewell, and they will bring with them the experience and lessons learned that they've brought with them. Why does this matter for financing in the context of a RAB and GSP? It matters a huge amount. The investors will interrogate the real project as much as they will interrogate the RAB and the GSP, so will the credit rating agencies. I can tell you, we've been through a credit rating process this year with them. They did. And the second point, it relates to the consumer and taxpayer value for money point, which I've been making through the presentation. For the government to approve Sizewell C under a RAB and GSP model in which substantial risks are transferred to consumers and taxpayers, they're going to have to get confident that the project itself is not, they're going to have to get confident with the level of risk in the project itself to be confident that the level of risk that is being transferred to consumers and taxpayers is acceptable. The fact that we are a second of a kind in a country, the risk reduction it brings, makes it possible from a political perspective to apply the RAB model to Sizewell C. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I wonder what it would take to make all of those buildings green, and it would just be a direct copy. But maybe there'll be a question on that. I know we're running a little late. We will give enough time to all of our speakers because I think these presentations are really interesting. I'm learning a lot from them myself. And then we, of course, will, with the remaining time, take questions from the audience first before I have my long list of questions. So now I would like to introduce Kalev Kalmets. And apologies if I didn't say your name right. He is the Chief Executive Officer from Fermi Energia in Estonia. If you would like to come up. There you go.
Dzień dobry. Hello, my name is Kalev. It's a little bit introduction about Fermi Energia. We have a founders team and then we have some staff, so we're now 22 people strong. We have more shareholders than Teoliisud on Voima. We have something 1,200, but some of the majors are Vattenfall and Engie. We have good partners from Canada, but also from Latvia. There's a country south of us. So it's nice to come to this southern country, Poland, because in Estonia we have normal winter, like snow and -5. So it feels like, I don't know, spring. So we have in Baltic countries real problem. So this is first half of last year, showing the deficit of clean energy, running at -1,000 that we are importing or burning stuff. And in the normal winter, we are burning a lot of stuff and importing a lot. So -2,500 is the normal, that is the negative clean energy balance. And in the long term, we need to increase electrification, so that shows the problem. The second problem is that if you look at 2021 aggregated numbers, power generation, the dominant source was oil shale, which is like limestone, not limestone, but this lignite that is so familiar to you in brown coal in Polska, and also very familiar to in Wyoming and Germany. So a lot of carbon emissions. We can't continue with that, and it's very expensive. And even despite we have actually 300 megawatts installed wind, the capacity factor is 28. And while we are in the real north in latitude 59, the capacity factor for solar is 11. So it's and especially in winter, it's totally useless. We have in Europe a major problem that this coal capacity that we have, this has to shut down. And this is not only for political decisions that are committed, but also for the obvious objective reality that they are aging. So they have limited lifetime. You can't run a coal plant more than 50, 55 years. A second reality is that the lignite essentially is running out. Everybody in Polska knows the Palachov mine or the large power plant, 5 gigawatts. It's running out of lignite eventually, 2030 something. The same true in Germany. They run out of villages that they can demolish in Western Germany. And the third reality is, of course, the CO2 price. Right now it's 80. It was unthinkable 3 years ago, but I'm very easy to predict it's going to be 150. You're not going to like it in Poland, but you're going to pay it, because this is what we have to achieve to decarbonize the industry. So we have done a lot of work on our behalf, developing the SMR deployment program, also the financial strategy with Vattenfall AB. So key to our strategy in terms of financing is long-term PPAs. If you look at those monthly average power prices, and by the way, today's power price in most of Europe is like 380 euros per megawatt hour. 380 euros per megawatt hour on daily average. All of Nordics, Germany, France, all of it, except for Poland. Congratulations, only 200. But in Estonia, this monthly average in December, it's going to be, reasonable 350. So we have inflation 20%. People are hurting. Businesses are closing. People are hurting. the people are angry that we have real-time demonstrations happening because of this mess that the Germans have created. Yes, the Germans. And so when we have gone to this wonderful German energy strategy in Europe, natural gas from Russia, and then suddenly it's gone, then we have those prices. So what the government in Estonia has stepped in is kind of universal service, that the lowest cost coal generation or lignite generation units are at owner's cost producing at 154, and this is the, so to say, cheapest power that you are able to, as a residential customer, able to get. And we know that National Renewable Energy Company is offering 10-year renewable energy PPAs, 10-year contracts at 124 for wind. 124. That is also too expensive. Too expensive. And so we know that we can, for SMR, we don't need backup. For wind, you need to buy backup. And you don't know how much you need. And you don't know when you need it, what is going to be the price. And you don't know whether in 10 years, 15-year terms, the dispatchable is at all going to be there, because what I showed, the dispatchables have to be closing. So if you factor in all those costs, of course it's going to be expensive, because you have to factor in all those elements to make a real 8,760 hour day delivery PPA that your customer really needs, industrial customer especially. So we don't need backup. We are the backup. We are the sure delivery. And we get the price fixed when we get into contract. So yes, we start with the price offers from 55, but we are learning from the aircraft industry. You know, when you get the commercial fly from Warsaw to, Barcelona, yeah, the first price is 49 euros. But in reality, you pay 200 because you're not the first one on the plane buying the ticket. So we're not as greedy, but we step the price for different tranches step by step. So the earlier you come, the better price you receive. And we have already 500 gigawatt hours signed up. We are planning to sign up in the Baltic states close to half or 60% of the total output of the unit. And now we are from 55 to 60 euros, and the next stage is 63, then 66, and so on. And obviously, it's much lower than 124. And of course, we are not right now signing up to actual PPAs, but we are signing up MOUs when we have national decision, knowledgeable commitment on nuclear energy, and it's likely going to be early 24, then we are able to enter into conditional PPAs, and on those conditional PPAs, we convert to actual PPAs once we get the construction permit. That's the logic of de-risking, also for the consumer, but also for us, step by step. That is the way we have to do. I mean, we can't do the different other things, so we are a smaller place. A little bit about politics, of course. We have decided in the national level to shut down oil shale power generation 2035. And then we have passed, the government has passed a preliminary report of the Nuclear Energy Working Group. The final report will be due December 2023, so there's work going on. And we have 2 sites where municipalities are open for on siting. Just a kind of a refreshment that we don't have nuclear in Estonia, and Estonia is 1.3 million nation. So if we would commit, then we would be smaller than Slovenia, and yeah, so it's a little bit challenge. But of course, what the public thinks is very important. So and the latest poll was 69% supportive of SMR replacing oil shale power generation. So it's not so bad. And our target is to achieve power generation by 2031. And in February 8th in Tallinn, on our annual conference, we're going to announce the technology selection. And next Thursday, we're going to receive 3 proposals from SMR vendors. And then we'll move to planning, but at the same time doing the front-end engineering to de-risk the construction element. Yeah, to hopefully have by early 2028 the final investment decision phase. And really, by that moment, to have sufficient amount of PPAs, sufficient amount of strategic shareholders, equity holders, and private equity holders to not to really have a project financing, but kind of a hybrid solution. But now it's an interesting. So from yeah, we talk what is the comparison to other things, and the real question is what is the alternative? What is the customer and the society? What is the cost to the society if the power is not there? And the answer is 4,000. It's a very finite number. 4,000 was the price of electricity on the August 18th in the Baltic countries when we had certain event and there was no power there. The customers were, who were buying from the market, they had to pay 4,000, which was the upper limit. Because the customers, they need electricity. This is an essential product. So electricity, in the market sense, is highly inelastic, whatever. It doesn't change, the consumption doesn't change very much with the price. 10% is the actual change. Well, compared to last year, when, in autumn this year, the prices were something like 200. Last year, they were around 100. The difference in the consumption was less than 10%. So you have prices going 100%, consumption 10%. So, sorry. So, yeah, power is extremely necessary product for the consumers. So let's do it.
All right, well, thank you for that. I think you've highlighted how important electricity is to everyone, and the cost, it doesn't matter, because we need it. Everyone uses it every day. And so last but not least, we have Mihail Deri. He is the Romania country manager for Last Energy. And he's from Romania, but it says United States here.
Emma. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Mihai Darie. I'm the country manager of Last Energy Romania, and today I provoke you to reimagine how we can scale nuclear energy, how we can finance it, and of course to share our vision on this one. Since we are not that well known as the other projects that were just presented, at least some of them, a few words about Last Energy. Last Energy is an SMR project developer and asset owner that is proposing to deploy an affordable and clean nuclear energy at scale through a full service delivery model. That's our business proposition, and how we plan to reduce development times, and we plan to leverage the private capital markets. So that's the main business proposition. We have activities and operation in US, where we have global corporate headquarters, the engineering team, and the demonstration manufacturing hub, and project development activities in UK, in Poland, and in Romania. The product we propose is a truly small, we call it micro SMR. It's a 20 megawatt electrical output SMR using only proven PWR reactor technology, which is an industry standard. We are going to use only standard components and equipment, which are immediately available through the global supply chain, which we all acknowledge that it's a current challenge. The entire manufacturing will be modular in the factory, just to limit the amount of works that will be on site. And with the model that we have in mind, it takes at most 2 years to implement the project after we have the final investment decision. Another interesting feature is the fact that the NPP is air-cooled, and this allows near universal siting without the need to have access to a large body of water for cooling, allowing us to put in the market all the potential applications, including solutions for industrial customers to help them decarbonize production, so to be as close as to the industry as possible. But we also have a global vision, so I hope everybody is sharing this vision. We want to have nuclear energy at scale, and in order to do this, we don't want to be alone in this market. I think our vision is that there needs to be a sizable pipeline of new nuclear projects in development at any given time, and for different sizes, from large build to SMRs of different sizes. And then we need to have, in each year, a decent number of new nuclear power plants coming into line. In this way, we will keep the industry alive, supply chain, human resources, and so on. And our philosophy of how we can bring this vision into life, we plan to use whatever it currently works, so to limit the amount of new technology, acknowledging the fact that our customers are interested to buy a commodity, heat and power. They are not interested to buy R&D or technology. To utilize familiar project revenue models, the ones that are used in other similar energy industries, such as renewables, such as oil and gas, and to leverage on those project development strategies. So to learn why other industries have succeeded to deliver on time and on budget, and why nuclear sometimes has failed or has accumulated some delays. And of course, nuclear industry is a special one. We all know that there needs to be a government involvement in this business, and not necessarily in the form of providing financial incentives or support. They are nice to have, but of course it has to facilitate project development activities. It has to facilitate the development based on the outcome that is provided by any developer. And of course it has to enable the market forces. At the end of the day, we are acting into a purely competitive energy market in most of the markets, so the capital needs to be left to flow. This is a standard project timeline, and this is also used in other industries, and it allows a reduced cost of capital at each stage of development. But of course, in early stages of development, equity needs to be put at stake, and is more risk undertaken in that stage. And of course, not all the projects will survive and will manage to move to the construction phase, to the final investment decision, but that's okay, because failure is part of any investment. But as soon as you have all the contracts and permits in place, you can move to the construction financing, and this is what we are proposing, to move as fast as possible. So it's not necessarily intended to have the cheapest cost of capital, but to have fast advancement of the project, because both the project sponsors and investors really believe in the product. So as soon as everything is secured in terms of contracting, commercial, plus licensing and permits, you move to construction financing, where you use a blend of the debt and equity, and usually you get also repayment of the equity used in the development phase, which is more riskier. And again, this is not something new. We're taking best examples in terms of project financing from other industries, and we just want to apply best practices also in nuclear. And what Last Energy is proposing is to provide energy as a service, as a commodity, in which, in this direction, we want to ensure a full cycle delivery model, taking care of all aspects throughout the life of a nuclear power plant, from the design, licensing, financing, operation and maintenance. So we also want to act as a long-term asset owner and operator of those facilities. How? Business proposition is to reduce size. Why to reduce size? Because size does matter in this regard. You make the project scalable and prone to private capital market. In order to do this, you have to prove to the financiers that you have a stable and consistent revenue streams, and we propose to have this by engaging in numerous commercial discussions for long-term PPA agreements, realizing that in the markets where we started operation, there is a tremendous need for clean baseload electricity, especially in this current market environment. Our solution is scalable to each customer need, so we can scale it from 20 to whatever they need. And we plan to deliver projects on time and on budget. How? Fully modular construction, using only proven technology to reduce technology risk and construction risk, using existing supply chains, allowing us to deliver the projects as we have planned. And since we are in Poland, a recent example of our recent project development is right here, with the Legnica Special Economic Zone. The challenge identified by Legnica Special Economic Zone is to attract new customers in their zone due to the existing available grid capacity to supply new customers, but also due to high energy prices. The solution identified together in partnership is to build 10 PWR20 of our units at their location, which will provide both the baseload power and steam to existing customers, but hopefully also to new customers attracted to join the zone. It will be a dual interconnection facility, both to the grid and to the industrial facility. And there will be tremendous benefits for the customers, both in assessed savings, cost savings as compared to market prices, roughly 80 million per year, but also avoided more than 1 million tons of CO2 emissions per year. And of course, in this financing arrangement, we want to make sure that the interest of all parties are aligned. It's very important to have this alignment because otherwise the project is not progressing. We rely on the private financing on the projects. How? First, by taking a 24-year revenue floor guarantee agreement and then moving forward into more advanced and detailed discussions of PPA with eligible counterparties, industrial customers on site as the project progresses. And the risk should stay with the party that is mostly equipped to handle the risk and to mitigate the risk. And in this case, is Last Energy proposing the full delivery cycle. We should take the risk, the construction risk, the development risk. The clients should be only concerned with buying the commodity that we are offering, heat and power. They should not take care about all the other aspects. And final remarks at the end, I think our industry should focus on what the customer needs, because we're not building nuclear power plants just to build them, we're building to provide a service in the market and a product, and we like it or not, we're competing somehow in these free markets with other technologies. We don't want to, but in a free market, we're competing sometimes on price. And for that, we really need to develop projects, not focusing necessarily on technology and R&D development. These are nice, but we need to deliver fast in the market. And for the government, of course, we really need the support of any government in the countries where we want to have operations. And the government needs to be open to technologies, to promote many players and allow them at least the chance to succeed or to fail in the market. Because I think in the era of electrification, everybody will benefit out of it. And by the way, we are proposing to bring the first unit online with the business model we have in mind by 2026, with a full deployment by the end of this decade. And again, solutions are for small SMRs, medium, large builds. We all want to strive in this industry. Thank you so much.
All right, okay, thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. We have about 10 minutes. First, I would like to take any audience questions before I dive into my long list of questions. Oh, we have, Gemily, how do you want them to do? Oh, there is a mic. Please, up here. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Wacław Budowski. I have problem with the affiliation because I am involved with so many projects, but the invitation came from the Orlen Synthos Green Energy. But I was also for 40 years professor at KTH. And Kalev, this is a question to you actually, because when I looked at your slide behind you, the founders, all of them actually, except for two, are actually my former students and PhD. So talking about money, no, it's not today. We do not forget the education, because aside of the technology, we talk a lot of money, but aside of the technology, education is the most important problem for the deployment of that. And then the second comment which I would like to mention here, and maybe you could comment, actually there is no Polish representative of that, which means probably money is not a problem in Polish nuclear. Oh. That's my conclusion.
Dziękuję. So we have actually 2 more students in KTH, and that we are providing stipend. KTH, by the way, is Royal Technical Institute of Technology in Stockholm. And we have also 1 master's degree students in Barcelona and another one in Basel. So we have 4, and then we have bachelor's degree students that we are financing. So we are doing, and then we have summer schools in Estonia, then we have nuclear courses that we have established. So we are not whining that what the government should do. We are financing it in our own. And this, because this is the longest lead item in nuclear, the people. And so you need to put your money there. And so that's what we do. That's about, at least about what we do. Okay.
To your comment, second question. I won't speak on behalf of Poland, but we have 2 speakers for the next session from Poland.
Okay, there's another question over here.
Good morning. My name is Andrzej Piotrowski. I'm from USNC. I have a question to Fermi Energy because you have been just showing us also the part which is called regulatory issues. And you decided that you can create regulatory nearly from scratch. You are a non-nuclear country within 2 years and complete the process in such a short time. On the other hand, one of your procedures was telling about UK, which has quite experienced regulatory body, which impose over 40% of more concrete into already well-prepared construction, which in other parts of the world was functioning hopefully without an accident. So just because of the laws. If you are going with SMR, in whatever country you would select, it would be folk, first of a kind. So it is even greater challenge. Mm-hmm. And all our international institutions, including OECD, IFNEC, actually are not at the moment, apparently, working at changing the process of regulatory bodies for SMRs. It's non-existent discussion. If we take the same approach, like with the big nuclear, we have many years of preparation, analysis, seismic analysis, environmental analysis, and a lot of things which actually common sense says doesn't have such an impact like in the big nuclear. We are facing that there are countries with the entirely new approach to the regulatories, which are not prepared. So they would probably refer to Vienna, to some international organizations. But are there any specialists in SMR from the kind of regulatory safety issues? Well, no, because this does not exist. So actually, your ambition plan in the time seems to be wishful thinking. How are you going to make sure? Because delay is money. Regulatory delay doesn't matter. Regulatory doesn't pay for it. Yeah? Their task is to provide safety. So 40% more concrete, who cares? Yeah? Not the regulatory. So actually, how to match it? I would like you for to say what is your concept? We have similar problem in Poland, in many other countries. How do you challenge it?
So the answer is something what we did in Europe, actually, quite many places. In Switzerland, Spain, Belgium, Netherlands, Yugoslavia even, or Romania, way back in the Ceausescu era. We cooperated with the country of origin regulator, and we did not have the full NRCs in Romania, Yugoslavia, or Spain. No, there was what we actually have been discussing for many years and years and years, that we should adopt the airline approach. But we have to do it. It's a little bit harder to do it in Finland or in UK, where they add 40% more concrete and steel. That's wonderful. But it is possible to do, and the only way to do in countries where there's carte blanche, where you start from scratch. So there's some advantages to being small and having clean slate. When it comes to Estonia, we actually have studied licensing from the very, very early on, together with Fortum in 2019. Now more in detail recently. And then now the government is doing its own work together with international partners. The nuclear energy draft law is in preparation. So the regulatory plan with the human resource plan and budget plan would be ready by early, late next year. So when the final report is ready, then the Parliament and government can make holistic decision to proceed, and there is an action plan to follow up on. And the key there is that we would adopt, verify the design that is essentially approved by a tier 1 nuclear regulator country in OECD countries, not some Russia, China stuff. So that is the strategy, and for us it's the only way to go. So we are not going to establish STUK in Estonia, but we will work with STUK carefully, so that neighbors would know that we are not doing anything stupid, but otherwise we are not developing Estonian STUK. That is not possible. So regulatory cooperation with the country of origin, this is the key.
Oh, very good. Does anyone else on our panel want to address any of that? With first of a kind building? No? All right. Any other questions, as we have 1 minute left? I have an answer. You have an answer. Perfect. Where is that microphone?
Actually, William, and this is something for you. Today is 8th of December. 8th of December 1953, President Eisenhower announced the Atom for Peace initiative. So maybe we should announce the initiative Nuclear Safety Cooperation for Peace. That would be the solution, wouldn't it? So today we are actually celebrating 69th anniversary of the Atom for Peace project. So maybe going into the nuclear safety now, it's the next step to make the Atom for Peace.
Well, that's something to consider. Any other comments or answers for these really, really difficult questions? All right, well, since we have run out of time, I would like to thank all of our speakers and presentations today. I think there was a really good flow on the lessons learned from the past into the future and where we might be going with this. I think all of the speakers will be here throughout the day. If you have questions, you want to come up and ask them later, I think as we go into our coffee break. Thank you.
Everybody, I'd like to invite you to take a seat. We are about to start the next session. We have all the panelists and the moderator sitting. And so I think we have a quorum. And it's time to start this second session, where we'll be looking at optimal risk allocation in low carbon world and what it means for nuclear finance. And for that, we'll invite Jan Horst Kepler, who is the NEA chief economist, to show insight for the NEA nuclear financing study.
Okay, so welcome everyone. My name is Paul Murphy. I'll be your moderator for today. On behalf of all the panelists, I'd like to thank NEA and IFNEC for inviting us to be here today. We're going to be talking about risk, and one of the things that I always find interesting, I give a lot of presentations on financing, and people will often say, why are you talking about risk? Or why are you talking about economics? Just talk about financing. And I laugh because it's impossible to talk about financing properly unless you talk about economics and you talk about risk. And we've already heard that lovely statement today that risk should be borne by the party that can best manage the risk. And that's really lovely, but you always have to ask yourself, at what cost? Because when we're talking about mega projects, how we manage risk is important for executing the project, but it's also critical to financing. And so we have a very distinguished panel for you today. I'll introduce all our other panelists after our first speaker, but our first speaker is Jan Horst Kepler, who's the chief energy economist at the NEA in the Division for Nuclear Energy Development and Economics. He's also professor of economics at the Université Paris-Dauphine, where he co-directs the Master Energy Finance and Carbon program and teaches a class on the economics of energy and the environment, and he's chair of the supervisory board of the European electricity markets. He's written a number of papers, which you can read in his bio, but what he's here really to talk about today is what you heard from Director General Magwood before this morning, that the NEA has initiated a number of projects, and one of the ones that we have the benefit of now having an actual paper on is the one that Jan is going to talk about, called Financing New Nuclear Power Plants, Minimizing the Cost of Capital by Optimizing Risk Management. So we'll hear from Jan for about 20 minutes, then each of our panelists will have about 8 minutes for remarks, and then we're going to have a roundtable discussion. So hopefully you will enjoy the next hour and a half. Take care.
Great. Thank you very much, Paul, for this nice introduction. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here in Warsaw. Pleasure to present the new NEA report on nuclear financing. This report comes out of the NEA-IFNEC. Do I move this myself? Yes. The NEA-IFNEC Financing Initiative in cooperation with the government of Poland. It's been actually not only 1 year, but 2 years in the making overall, but I would really like to thank Zbigniew and Aleshia and all the others that have been involved in this over these last few months. I'll be presenting a new framework that we developed to think about in a coherent and transparent manner about the cost of financing. The cost of financing, as Paul just said, is the cost of risk. So risk management is at the heart of reducing the cost of financing. And one of our conclusions is that the capital costs may be considerably lower than they are usually assumed, at least the capital costs for new nuclear power plants. You know the contribution of nuclear energy to reducing carbon emissions. You know that this requires the reduction of the cost of capital. And as Michel before said, cost of capital, financing, crucial, important, but not everything. We also need to get the overnight costs down. We have to talk about project structure and efficiency of management. These are topics that either have been developed by the NEA in the past or will be developed in future reports. In particular, we think about one on efficient management and project structure. But let's talk about financing today. You know how important it is. Here in yellow, these are the LCOE plant level costs of nuclear. In blue, you have coal, and in green, you have gas. And, and on the horizontal axis, you have the financing costs, the discount rate, and you have the costs per megawatt hour on the vertical axis. And you see how nuclear is the most dependent on getting the costs of capital down. And that makes a huge difference whether you have 0, 5, or 10% of the cost of capital, as was mentioned this morning, actually by Bill Magwood, who just rejoined us. This is a feature of all low-carbon technologies, that they're all very, very capital-intensive, and therefore very much dependent on the cost of capital. Coming to this report, the idea is to develop a framework for assessing the socially optimal cost of capital through systematic de-risking. Some elements of that approach, it's informed by the capital pricing asset model, which is sort of a standard model in financial economics. I already mentioned cost of capital is the cost of risk. 3 key points to understand what we're doing. First, the real long-term risk-free rate, which is sort of the anchor of the global financial system, is at historic lows, and even though short-term rates, short-term nominal rates have been going up a lot, the long-term risk-free rate is still very, very low. Second point, low-carbon projects may be able to offset systemic investment risk. They don't move in the same way as the rest of the financial system, especially if you have a framework of strict net zero policies. And there also exist measures, the third point, to de-risk project-specific risks, such as, and Michelle and Mr. Rippon already talked to that this morning, such as policy risk, electricity market price risk, and construction risk. Next slide basically repeats that, but emphasizes once more, these are the different elements of which the capital asset pricing model is based, and you can put all of this in a nice formula. Before I switch to the next slide with the formula, I would highlight to one point here, point 2, that correlation of a nuclear power project with a systemic risk is a key point, the correlation. So here it is, the formula says the same thing in principle what we just said. The cost of capital of a nuclear power project is the sum of the risk-free rate, you could say an inflation-protected bond of the United States, then the correlation of the project with the systemic risk itself, and then the sum of the project-specific risks, as mentioned, policy risk, electricity, price risk, and construction risk. And now I want to talk one by one about these different elements and how to manage them. Real long-term risk-free rate. As I said, inflation-protected bond, 30 years in the United States. Last auction was in August, and it was 0.92%, which was up from very close to zero earlier. But let's take it as it is, roughly 1% as sort of the risk-free rate real. Has nothing to do with the short-term nominal rates that we talk about or that are being talked about in the newspapers. In France, the situation is comparable. The nominal yield without inflation is 2%, but inflation is predicted to be 3.5% for the next 5 years. So basically, we're talking about negative real rates still. And the UK, which was very much in the news for interest rates going up, the real yield for a 50-year index-linked gilt, last auction was actually very recently on 22nd November, was minus 39%. 50 years inflation protected, of course, and so these are at the costs at which governments can borrow for the long term. Of course, not every country can benefit from these very, very low rates. There is country risk, and that needs to be factored in. And if there were private borrowers, of course, the risk-free rate would need to be adjusted by firm-specific bankruptcy risks. But let's take it away as a takeaway. Real long-term risk-free rates remain very low, close to zero. Second point, correlation of low-carbon projects with systemic risks. There are serious indications that there's an inverse relationship between global market risk, i.e. systemic risk, let's say stock market risk if you want, and the financial performance of a nuclear power project. And that is very much prized by private investors because it offsets other risks. Let me walk you very briefly through the reasoning. As climate change and efforts to combat it, i.e. net zero, intensify, implicit and explicit carbon prices will rise. That's the purpose, of course. This will decrease profitability throughout the economy. It's a constraint, and that will decrease profitability. But it will increase the value of low-carbon investments. If that is true, and there are good signs, then including a low-carbon project into your investment portfolio will improve the Sharpe ratio, i.e. that's performance divided by risk in a financial portfolio. And if that's true, then investors, also private investors, will accept very low returns on low-carbon investments since these low-carbon investments will reduce overall portfolio risk and will provide some form of insurance. Just give a reference in the leading journal from 2022, which says exactly that high-emitting assets are significantly more sensitive, i.e. correlated, to economy-wide fluctuations than low-emitting ones. Our results suggest that carbon emission reduction might serve as a valuable risk mitigation strategy. It's one paper, but as I said, there are several indications of that case. Putting the same thing basically in a nice graph. On the vertical axis, you have the expected return of your portfolio. On the horizontal axis, you have the risk of that portfolio. If you don't have nuclear power or other low-carbon projects in your portfolio, you'll have the blue boundary here for the set of different portfolios. If you include low-carbon projects, you'll move to the left. You'll get the green envelope, and you'll have the same performance, but at lower risk, if that holds true. But there are signs that it is. Let's move on to the project-specific or idiosyncratic risks. As was mentioned, policy risk, electricity market price risk, and construction risk. Policy risk is basically can be indemnified, as was mentioned for the Sizewell B project, contractual indemnification clauses if there are changes in the political environment. Electricity price risk is basically moving away from volatile short-term markets with marginal cost pricing to long-term contracts priced at average costs. And then the construction risk, which is to some extent is the big one here, as was mentioned also in the context of Sizewell C, the risk spreading, sharing project-specific risk between a large number of individuals, such as either ratepayers, consumers, or taxpayers, reduces the economic cost of that risk. And of course, we have mechanisms such as RAB, or the equivalent in the US is called construction work in progress, loan guarantees, or direct public financing that would operate such risk spreading. Let's come back briefly to the electricity market price risk. And here I'm referring to some work that was done by Benoit, who is here on the panel with us, who looked at actually trying to get to net zero in different market designs. Today, basically, you can say with a little bit of carbon emissions that we still have, or at least France, the carbon emissions, the residual that are still there, average cost 65 euros per megawatt hour, capital costs around 10%, and sort of scarcity hours between 7 and 8. Reaching net zero with that same market design that we have today would have average costs go up to 118 euros per megawatt hour, increase capital costs to 22%, and a very high number of scarcity hours. Now, why is that? Because basically in a net zero market, you're alternating between zero prices, because the marginal costs of low carbon technologies are basically zero, and the cost of demand response, either voluntary or involuntary, which means scarcity pricing. We see very high prices that were referred to in the case of Estonia earlier at 4,000 per hour. Now, if we try to do the same thing with long-term contracts based at average cost, that would bring down the cost to 82.5 euros per megawatt hour, would reduce the capital cost to 3.2%, and would reduce the vol hours to 3%. So definitely there is something to be done in terms of market design, and in other contexts we are of course working on that. Let's talk about construction risk, which is to some extent really the big one. And of course, learning this, and we are learning, and the UK is learning, moving from CFD to RAB is exactly, first we were worried about price risks, now we understand that price risk is only one big part, and that construction risk might be the decisive one. There's a famous theorem, which got a little bit out of fashion, but implicitly it still holds, that if you spread risks over a large enough amount of people, then the economic cost of that risk, not the risk itself, but the economic cost of that risk actually will be reduced. Very, very briefly, the risk is basically maximum, minimum turnout. If you leave that to one person, the sort of economic impact would be here, the whole red line. If you spread it around two persons, then you only get the green one, and even if you multiply the little green one by 2, it's still much smaller than the red. Bon, that... Pardon? Oh, they don't see that. Sorry. This was the red one. That would be sort of the equivalent of the economic cost for one single party carrying the risk. And that would be splitting the risk by 2. And you see even twice that little part here would be smaller than the whole. This is just sort of to give a little bit of intuition. Of course, there's a nice complex theory around it. But that's the idea behind RABs, a regulated asset base. That's the idea behind construction work in progress. There's a counter-argument to that, and I'll briefly mention it. It's, well, if risk spreading is so great, why can't we do it anyway through financial markets? And that's of course, has been a counter-argument that is very likely made by many finance people. Well, but we cannot do the risk spreading through financial markets in the case of a nuclear power plant construction progress, because there's complexity, there's transaction costs, informational asymmetries. That's why we need some centralized mechanism to operate that spreading of the construction risk. Putting it all together, we said the real risk-free rate is very low, below 1%. Returns on a nuclear power project are probably uncorrelated or even negatively correlated. That would be even better. But let's say uncorrelated with systemic market risk. So basically that part is 0 again. Then policy risk, we can internalize it through indemnification clauses. Electricity price risk through long-term contracts. Construction risks through risk spreading. So if we add it all up, the final number is fairly low, as long as it's fully de-risked in the manner just described. The cost of capital of a fully de-risked new nuclear power generation project is equal to the real long-term risk-free rate plus the appropriate country risk premium, always under the condition that it's fully de-risked. And in that case, it would be very attractive to private investors. They would be willing to provide capital at highly competitive rates for the right to large amounts of predictable low-carbon electricity. I come to the 3 concluding slides. First of all, what we said here applies equally to both public and private investments. As just mentioned, private investors in a fully de-risked project would be very attracted to that. Now, private investors might not fully realize, especially that sort of long-term risk reduction quality of low-carbon projects, in which case, indeed, the government would identify this market failure and could with an appropriate cost-benefit analysis, find grounds to intervene itself in a project. Risk-free rate plus country risk premium translates to risk-free rate plus firm-specific bankruptcy premium for private investors. Small technical point, what I said here never sort of relies on an argument of a social discount rate, never relies on external effects outside of the project itself. It's pure financing argument here and a private logic of profit maximization. Policy implications. Despite that private logic, there are, of course, big roles for government in this context. First and foremost, the condition is that there needs to be a credible and effective commitment to reach net zero. Otherwise, that offsetting, that decorrelation from systemic risk would no longer hold. So committing to net zero is the first and most important key task for governments. Then you need, of course, to implement the risk reduction strategies that were just mentioned. Policy risk, price risk, and construction risk need to be dealt with. Government may step in as a project promoter in case of market failures. It also needs to have a hand in overseeing efficient and sustainable project management. We learned that does not automatically establish itself in large-scale mega projects such as new nuclear power plants, and our next report will precisely work in this area. And finally, it needs to safeguard macroeconomic stability in order to reduce that country risk premium. That gets me to my last slide. The approach, as the way I present it here, is, if I may say so, is new. But it's not as radical as it may look. Historically, all forms of low-carbon generation, renewable, hydro, and of course also nuclear power, has always benefited from pervasive de-risking of these projects. These are high capital cost projects, and they always have benefited of some sort of de-risking, of some sort of resharing, and so forth. That's the work of Michel, and of course our two approaches are converging. What we provide with this new report is a framework, is a coherent, systematic framework to discuss and plan de-risking to lower the cost of capital of new nuclear power projects. And to do this in a transparent and systematic manner. Next point is, of course, you're aware of this, the final allocation of those risks between ratepayers, between shareholders, between taxpayers is indeed also a question of fairness and distribution, is a political decision, and different countries will implement different solutions. That is quite obvious. Let's come to the three take-home messages. The first one is climate change and net zero policies will profoundly change the impact of systemic financial risk. There is a new macroeconomics of net zero, and we're only at the beginning of fully understanding that and internalizing that in our financing of this low-carbon generation, in particular large-scale nuclear power projects. Second, fully decarbonizing electricity generation will require systematic de-risking as proposed of low-carbon new build projects, in particular construction risk, in particular nuclear power. And then, final point, taking these 2 points into account, then the financing costs of fully de-risked new nuclear power projects can be far lower than what is commonly assumed. Private investors looking to offset systemic risk will offer very competitive rates for fully de-risked nuclear power projects. Fully de-risking, again, does not come automatically, requires an effort. But once they're fully de-risked, they'll be very attractive because what you get in return for your investment is reliably produced large amounts of low-carbon electricity. Thank you very much.
So Jan, before you sit down and relax, Where can people find the report, and when will it be available? Monday on the website? Okay. Monday on the website, on the NEA website. Fantastic. So we're now going to do a quick run-through of our panelists and basically reflecting on the report, which we all got to get a copy of in advance, so we feel quite privileged. But we all kind of reviewed the report. We all have done a bit of our own independent work as well. And so with that, I want to briefly introduce our panelists, and we'll go right down. But first, we have Dr. John Parsons. He is a financial economist at a small institution in Cambridge, Massachusetts called MIT. You might have heard of it. He specializes in valuation and financing of capital investments in the energy and environment space. He is the co-lead of MIT's 2018 report on the future of nuclear energy in a carbon-constrained world. Highly, highly recommended reading. He's the co-author of the 2021 Stanford and MIT study that sparked a public discussion to extend the life of California's Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant, which has now occurred, so awesome stuff. And he's currently working on microreactors as well as nuclear for green fuels. Our next speaker will then be Benoit Pelechon. He's an engineer from ENSAE Paris with a PhD in economics working for EDF. He has been working on CO2 markets and electricity market design for the last 20 years. You heard Jan mention some of his work in his presentation. And last year, he published a working paper about the link between market design and the cost of capital for generation capacity investment and the need for long-term contracts. Then we have our two Polish speakers, and we will go ladies first, because chivalry is not dead, and Aleshia Duncan sitting in the front row. Our first of our Polish colleagues will be Bożena Warboszewska, who is an assistant professor at the SGH Warsaw School of Economics. She's an independent consultant to the Ministry of Climate and Environment and the co-author of the SAHO model for nuclear power, which she will be talking about in her remarks, along with our other dear colleague from Poland, Łukasz Sawicki. He is the chief expert for strategy and economic analysis for the nuclear sector at the Department of Nuclear Energy, Ministry of Climate and Environment for Poland. So with that, we will turn it over to our distinguished panelists. Feel free to come up to the podium, use the mic, whatever you're most comfortable with. So, John, the floor is yours.
No? Yep, there we go. So thanks very much for having me. This is a really interesting conference. I'm really happy to be here. I want to start just by extending my congratulations to Jan Kepler and also to the NEA. This is a great report. It does a really good job of grounding its recommendations in a real firm foundation of finance theory and identifying what are the real financing cost elements, and I think it'll be very helpful to the larger community to really coalesce around some clear view about financing for new nuclear. Of course, I'm an academic. You've all had experience with academics. As a real pedant, I have little points I'd like to make, but I can do that outside of this conference. What I thought would be most useful for my comments is to put the report in some conversation about what I perceive as some things going on in the United States today that sort of relate to how does the conclusions of the report work together with the efforts in the US to get new nuclear built. So I'm going to talk about those things. I think there are three big changes that are relevant to what the report says. That said, talking about sort of how people are receiving nuclear, the attitudes of politicians and utilities and policymakers, let's just say I'm not very well known for having great predictions about these kinds of things, so you can take what I say with a big grain of salt. So the three things. First of all, as most of you are aware, since about 2009, the US has had two recent nuclear new build projects underway. A pair at the Georgia Vogel site and another pair at the South Carolina VC Summer site. Both experienced extensive delays, enormous cost overruns. caused one nuclear design company to go through bankruptcy, which it's come out alive from that. Another company went through similarly. The Georgia company decided to keep going, and the projects are almost completed, so maybe next year we will have the nuclear power, but we are saddling ratepayers with very high bills. The South Carolina plant, they decided to stop construction midway despite the sunk costs, so the ratepayers will pay high bills but get no nuclear power for it. So the reason why I bring that up is because it just reinforces what Jan said. Financing is one aspect of the larger investment picture, but the starting point is the cost of building the plant. If you can't build a plant on time and on reasonable cost, no amount of sophisticated financial engineering is going to help you. The experience in Georgia and South Carolina with these two large light water reactor projects has really soured many decision makers in the US utilities on the prospects of ordering any more of this type of plant. It makes sense to be cautious. Once burned, twice shy. Now, I do understand that this may be a specific US problem. While a couple of other countries and designs have faced similar problems with long delays and large cost overruns, it's also true that some countries have successfully built new large light water reactors and very much on time and on budget. My own personal perspective is that the problem in the US is a symptom of a larger underlying issue, some of it having to do with plant designs and construction management, which we discussed in our 2018 report, but also large infrastructure projects in the US generally. We see problems building light rail and various other types of projects. So I think my country needs to solve this problem, but at the same time, the task of solving it is a bigger one than any individual utility thinking of buying a nuclear power plant. So from the perspective of how do we get that done, I think you're going to have to go around the question of an individual purchaser and figure out at a national level, how are we going to get our act together? My second point, which is a little bit in contrast to this widespread reluctance to embrace large LWR projects, there is an enormous interest in the possible use of SMRs and advanced reactors of all sorts. This interest comes from co-ops, munis, electric utilities trying to figure out how to replace fossil plants. It also comes from industrial companies trying to figure out how to decarbonize process heat. I'm personally very astonished with the openness, given I've been working in this space for a long, long time, writing papers for, whatever, journals and coming to conferences and the like, but real deep interest from a wide assortment of customers is very new to me. I've never felt this before. To a certain extent, I think this reflects a coming together of distinct underlying trends. People can be oddly tribal in favor or opposed to this or that technology, far beyond what normal cost-benefit trade-offs ought to recommend. Much of the current interest in the United States for new nuclear comes from parts of the US body politic that were always open to nuclear, but we had inexpensive fossil, and so they didn't really need to think about new nuclear. However, they really are confronting the need to decarbonize now, and that's forcing a big change. Despite the ferociousness of our partisan politics in the United States, all sorts of elements throughout the country realize there's pressure to do this decarbonization. They have stakeholders that demand it. Leadership is forcing them to consider new options that they didn't consider before. And new nuclear is a candidate option for them. Our federal government is pushing forward with an array of new projects, SMRs, fast reactors, high-temperature gas reactors, microreactors, and there is real money for demonstration of these things. Still, there is the question of cost. While I'm happy to report the enthusiasm by prospective customers, I also want to caution us that it only reflects an openness to explore new reactors. Ultimately, these folks have to report to their stakeholders, and once again it comes down to whether or not these new reactors will produce low-cost power or not. The many designs they're choosing from are very different, and according to our 2018 study, these different designs rely on different features that may or may not affect cost in a significant way. My own sense is that the current enthusiasm will either be further fueled as certain designs are successfully demonstrated at reasonable cost, or the enthusiasm for some designs will quickly dissipate because they don't demonstrate low costs, perhaps they demonstrate high costs. So to bring this back to the topic of today's report, almost all of the interest in the US in doing these deals is based on traditionally structured financial deals, things like rate-based public utility investments or cooperative investments by customers for the power. There are as of yet no merchant plants being proposed. In none of these deals is the financial structure an obstacle. Okay, my last point. This is about changes happening at the state level and how we invest in low carbon generation generally. Lots of states have made policies to push to net zero, and they are having to figure out how to get new capacity built. In an enormous amount of these cases, the states are building this capacity by direct procurement of capital investment. The states don't take ownership of the assets, but they are effectively financing the assets through long-term installment payments structured as PPAs. The cost of these installment payments are passed along as non-bypassable charges to ratepayer electric bills. So that is, you'll see in the report, there's a discussion of that kind of financing to be needed. I will say, however, while early investments are being made this way, there is as of yet no real deep self-conscious and thoroughgoing understanding of this new way of financing the electricity system. It's easy to finance the first few steps on a decarbonization pathway this way, but it is not easy to follow through and finance the full pathway this way. For example, the level of customer charges is going to quickly become too high. This will face political obstacles. It also has technocratic problems. For example, a key element of decarbonization is electrification. But what we're doing is putting a lot of fixed costs onto customers' bills and charging them a per kilowatt hour charge. So when I think at my home whether I want to switch from gas to a heat pump, it's wise socially, but it will not be wise economically for me to do so because I'm being charged much more for the electricity than the social cost of that electricity. So I think we're going to face real problems in trying to figure out really how to follow through on some of the recommendations in this report. There are deeper issues that we have to solve going forward. So I'll leave it there. Thanks very much, and once again, congratulations for the report.
Okay, thank you, Jan, for the report, and I think it's extremely useful. The NEA releases such report, especially if you take into account the fact that in the European Union today we have a debate around market design, and allowing more long-term contracts. I mean, besides nuclear, the cost of capital is extremely important for new nuclear, but it is also important for every low-carbon technologies. And today, the debate may really help to deliver new investments and a lower cost of electricity. Otherwise, we will not be able to reach net zero. And the other aspect where it is extremely important, and this one for nuclear, is the possibility to attract new financing, new financial investors. I think the RAB model in the UK, and as it was demonstrated this morning, is really important if we want this investment to be realized. We have to have new investors, purely financial investors, being able to bring that capital and make those new power plants existing. And the final point, I think in France, we have already existing nuclear power plants, and we are trying to extend their lifetimes. And this is certainly, it would be also interesting to have the same kind of contracts in order to finance those lifetime extensions. Well, thank you.
First of all, I would like to ask to every one of us and also to myself a question. What do we understand as optimal risk allocation? Because this is a topic of the session. Well, from my perspective as a government analyst, the optimal risk allocation is achieving a lowest possible cost of nuclear project, which then can be transformed into lowest LCOE, the levelized cost of electricity, or however we will measure the cost of electricity at the plant's busbar, which then can be, or at least should be, transformed into the lowest possible cost of electricity to the end users. I mean the electricity bills. Why is it important for the government? Well, decreasing the electricity costs is a priority for Polish government due to current economic crisis, partly caused by high electricity prices, or in general, and the energy prices. The government is responsible for all the energy sectors, for all the sectors of the economy, not only for the energy industry, and must make use of all instruments available to recover the economy, including new ways of implementation of nuclear power programs. So how the government's involvement in nuclear power plants projects can contribute to the optimization of risk allocation? For optimal risk allocation, the active state engagement is in the most risky early phases of the nuclear investment project is something obvious when we talk about government-initiated and sponsored nuclear programs like here in Poland. In this context, we have an ongoing public discussion on new models, including the Saha model designed here in Poland and currently probably the most debated, but also some other models proposed for nuclear new builds in various countries. Each models have different approaches to risk allocation, but what should be the common goal is, in my opinion, is to deliver the biggest possible benefits to those who finally will have to pay for nuclear projects, I mean the end users and the taxpayers. De-risking nuclear investments is one of several conditions to achieve this goal, and the Nuclear Energy Agency report presented by Jan makes an important contribution to understanding the problem of optimal risk allocation. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you first of all for inviting me to this conference. And I think that I, as a representative of Economic University, as a representative of economics as a science, maybe I should give you some information about what we did thinking about our Saha model. And in fact, we try to analyze what are our past, our experience from the past according to risk allocation, risk management, and risk sharing as well. In fact, this kind of analysis was one of the fulcrum for us thinking about the Saha model. So going back to 2008, we can say that yes, we are very painfully experienced with sharing risk and allocating risk and managing risk, because the crisis of 2008 started on the mortgage market. And the reason was that every mortgage was cut into teeny-weeny pieces, and it was believed that in such an every little piece there is a risk very close to zero or even equal to zero. So then they packed all the pieces from different mortgages, and they believed, they declared that such a financial instrument is characterized by a risk close to zero or even equal to zero. And one day, one day this hidden risk, because they created kind of a financial veil, and we couldn't observe what is going on the other side of this veil. And one day we were hit painfully by the risk accumulated in different places, risk we were not able to observe, we are not able to assess, we are not able to manage. So in fact, by cutting the risk, we couldn't make that the risk vanished in the haze. In fact, it was accumulated in many places, and we didn't know where the risk is accumulated in fact. So when the crisis started, the government, the state was asked to ask for help, and in fact, we know that the government was able to give such a kind of help by guaranteeing, by buying some instruments, and so on. And we thought that maybe we should take the lesson, and we started to think about the model for nuclear from the quite opposite side, because maybe it's better not to ask the state for help in case of fire. Maybe it's better to start with the government, start with the state, who is best able to take the risk, to take the burden from the very beginning. I mean, we tried to find a solution for Poland, for Polish program, but I think it's more universal. In many countries, the state is most able to take the burden, to take all the risk from the very beginning, because in other solutions, in other models, in fact, the state is taking risk, but not so, let's say, I mean, the government, the state is taking risk by guaranteeing, for example. But maybe it's better to take the risk with I mean, I forgot the word. Just take all the risk and to say, yes, I am the one who takes the risk. I'm able to price it. I'm able to manage it, and I'm the one able to pay all the liabilities. And I'd like to say that I appreciate a lot the report prepared by Jan, all those kind of all the thinking, all the idea of de-risking. It's very precious, and thank you. It was for me very interesting. But despite that, maybe it's quite a good idea to have the whole risk on the first phase or on the very beginning accumulated in one place, because maybe it's easier for us to manage this kind of risk. And in fact, in the SAHO model, we proposed the state to take all the burden on the very beginning, and after the first phase of investment, the state may sell risk to other investors. When they are able to take part of the risk, they are able also to appraise it, maybe using methods Jan mentioned about some methods of capital budgeting. So maybe using those methods, they are able to assess what is the risk, and they are able also to take it on the shoulders. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. And if people wanted to read the SAHO model, where would they find your paper?
The article is published last year in October, and it's published in International Journal of Management Economics, a paper where my university is an editor. And I think it's enough to just type in the internet engine the SAHO model, and it's quite easy to find it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to now sort of have a discussion among ourselves, and we'll also take some questions from the audience. So if you have some questions, please get them ready. But let's start, Jan, with you. In reading the report, you categorized 3 key risks, one of them being political. But when we think about nuclear projects, one of the biggest risks is regulatory risk. Getting through the regulator, both the time and the cost and the uncertainty. As much as we love our regulators and the important role that they play in nuclear safety, it would be kind by saying they can be a headache at times as well. So how do we factor into your analysis the regulatory risk side of things?
Thank you very much. Frankly, I don't want to, how shall I say, pretend that this rather abstract general framework now has the detailed answer for absolutely everything. But to some extent, yes, regulatory risk is somewhere between, on the one hand, that political risk that was mentioned, and where you have the appropriate indemnification clauses in the contracts, especially in the United Kingdom, and just to some extent between overnight costs, the design, and the project management. So I think then that regulatory risk would require some rather diligent and very knowledgeable sort of separation between what can be allocated to the sphere of political risk and what can be indeed, what needs to stay with the project manager and with the operator in order to also incentivize them in order to do a good job. So indemnification, yes, needs to go very far, and we develop that framework. But especially in project management and in operations, you can't indemnify 100%. So there you need some very, very knowledgeable sort of separation of the spheres of responsibility.
So when we think of SMRs, we think about going into newcomer countries that maybe have an unproven regulator. or even in a country that has an experienced regulator but is now looking at a technology for the first time, either because it's an SMR in itself, or now we have some of these advanced designs that have never been regulated before. When we think about risk allocation in that context, and in terms of financing and who can take that risk, separating compliance with the regulator, and we have a former regulator sitting in the front row, so we always have to talk about how compliance will never be compromised, sir. But if you think about, yes, we have to do this, we have to do whatever the regulator says, versus someone's still got to pay for it, someone's got to take the schedule risk for it. How do you separate the two when we're building out these models and thinking about who's supposed to fund what and take those risks? And John, you're nodding a lot, so we'll come to you after Jan.
Exactly.
And announce it. So if you don't want to answer, don't, Jan, you know.
I'll be very brief and very gladly hand the mic to John. But that was one of the questions I was discussing just in the coffee break with lawyers. Because
that's always a bad idea.
No, I'm not so sure. Because they will exactly have to do this nitty-gritty work of sort of separating out the spheres of responsibility. And it was mentioned also earlier in the session before, in the case of Estonia, to which extent a country of origin qualification licensing could, for some newcomer countries, be an option. I think this is still a fairly open and fluid area, but which will require a lot of detailed work. Well, yeah, it's
maybe another report from the NEA, just to throw out an idea.
We'll let the regulator tell us what we have to do.
John, your thoughts?
Yes, so sure, you need some good regulators, and you need to, we're making a big effort in the United States to push the NRC to be ready to do the work for these new reactors, and we're putting money behind it to give the NRC the resources to do that. It's just a start. But, you know, this task of shifting the energy system in the face of the problems of CO2 is a task that the state needs to take seriously, and we need to develop the capability to provide supervision to guarantee safety with new technologies. And I think it's beginning to happen. We're beginning to put those resources there, so I'm very impressed.
Okay, I'm going to look to our Polish colleagues, because as you're starting the program and you look at large reactors where now there seems to be two potential designs, there's several different SMR designs being considered, the regulator's brand new. How do you manage all that in terms of trying to responsibly regulate but not obstruct when, you know, it's obvious that we need to build a lot of nuclear all over the world, we need to build it quickly, but we can't compromise safety, security, and safeguards, you know, all the things that regulators need to do, but now you have a new regulator faced with a multitude of designs. How do you start thinking about that?
Well, it's a very good question, and it's a really huge challenge to us, because we do not have nuclear experience. Well, there was some experience in the past. I mean, our nuclear regulator was regulating a nuclear construction, relatively large reactors. Well, no SMRs, but still they were with quite low capacity. Currently, we have, let's say, 6 reactors in Polish nuclear power program, 2 reactors in a second project using Korean technology. SMRs, I don't know what will be the final number of them. There are multiple projects in Poland. So our nuclear regulator, the PAA, the National Atomic Energy Agency, has a huge headache about this. I guess they started hiring. Well, they already hired a lot of people. and now they are facing a serious challenge with expectations regarding the, let's say, the submissions of the documentation for new reactors. So this will be very challenging. But I know that our nuclear regulator has made a significant effort in order to train people to increase its competences. For example, they have agreements with USNRC. So they are already training people, I'm not sure, but probably since 2015, something like that. So they already have they already built some capacity. Of course, this will not be sufficient. So I think if the APR technology, I mean the Korean technology, is to be licensed in Poland, there will be definitely they will have to sign some agreement with Korean regulator as well. I think this will be applied also to the SMRs. So there's a huge effort ahead of them. But well, I think they have to deal with it somehow. What is most important from my perspective is. I mean, from de-risking the process and prohibiting from any stopovers, is that the process of regulating any nuclear reactor should be fully transparent, and this should be a dialogue between let's say the licensee, between the investor supported by the reactor vendor, and the regulator. So we don't want any problems that were in the last years that were caused by, let's say, thinking from the 90s. There was a principle from 80s and 90s. There was a principle, let's say, after the Chernobyl era, that the regulator is a boss, and every investor, every vendor needs to strictly comply to the rules that are set up by the regulator and which can be changed at any moment. So we observed it in various nuclear projects, like, for example, in Finland, I guess in US to some extent there was something like that from what I know. So what we are currently doing is our regulator is learning on the experience from all over the world. So we want to avoid this kind of approach. And from what I know from my colleagues from the regulatory body, is that they already have some dialogue with our, let's say, the most advanced investor. I mean the PEJ company from the beginning, and the process will be very transparent and open. There will be open discussion. So I guess this could be answer to your question.
Thank you. We heard in the opening remarks today and in the first panel the concept of energy security and how obviously that's risen in importance. But I'd like to use another phrase, critical infrastructure. And maybe, Bożena, we'll start with you. I mean, when you think about electricity as critical infrastructure, it just has to work. When you flip the switch, the lights have to go on, no matter the cost, no matter the source of generation. You know, we've seen countries that are, you know, publicly very green in their turning to coal to keep the lights on. And so when we think about critical infrastructure, we think about financing, we think about risk allocation, and just the need to get projects done. How does that impact financing structures from your view, and how did you think about that when you were conceiving of the SAHO model that you talked about?
If we take a look to an economic book, we can find that energy security is a public good, and delivering of the public good is an aim of the state. So if we think this way, we mean that we know that the state is most responsible for delivering this kind of good, the public goods. So the state is also responsible for having the critical equipment, the critical infrastructure. So from this point of view, from the economics point of view, this is the task for state. And if it's true, if it's so in the real life, it means that the state should take part in keeping all the infrastructure ready to deliver electricity for anybody, because if there is a public good, you cannot exclude anybody from consuming this kind of good. So it is the big task for the state. And again, state should be responsible, and that is why state is so important in the SACHO model. State begins all the process. The state takes responsibility, gets finance, gives financing, gets the risk, and after sometimes when we might say the project is de-risked a bit, it may be transferred to private entities, yes, of course, we also think that even that the whole ownership is transferred to the private entities, there is also some place for state to maybe manage to control, or so on. And I'd like to also say a word about people who we need in Poland, and we need to get them ready for work, and maybe not. I have nothing to do with regulators, but in fact there are a lot of new propositions for students on our engineering universities, and a lot of other propositions for people who want to know a bit about nuclear power. And in fact, I am a head of postgraduate studies in Warsaw School of Economics. So I do a little bit to have people in Poland educated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Benoit, sticking with the theme of critical infrastructure, how much do you think that thinking influenced the RAB model, and sort of saying that, you know, if we're going to lower the cost of capital, that maybe the ratepayers or the government, whatever label you want to put on it, really needs to carry those risks during development construction to get the cost of capital down, because we just need to get these built. We're not going to price this sufficiently if we do it at a corporate level because of all the uncertainties around nuclear. How much was that concept of, whether you want to say energy security or critical infrastructure, crucial to migrating from the CFD to the RAB?
Well, in fact, at the beginning, at the beginning, I don't think it applies to the cost of capital in itself. But if you look at the way it's been done in the UK, and especially one part of the RAB model for Sizewell C is the government support package. Its assumption is that financial markets will not be able to price efficiently some very low risk, and especially energy security. So if you look at it this way, I mean, the government is a counterparty, is able to price this risk and to include it into the RAB model. So in a way, the cost of capital that you get through the RAB model include, because that part of the model, the government support package, is hugely important in order to attract financial investors, and so to get a low cost of capital. So in a way, it's already included, and I think it was a really important thinking for UK's government, because if you look at it, they have to get some new capacities very fast. A lot of their power plants will close in the coming years, and so there are, I mean, energy security for them is a medium-term target, is a reality. And I think in France, it's really had an impact also on recent decision to build, to engage new nuclear power plants, even if the time horizon is a bit longer.
Do you see this as more risk sharing or risk transfer? And in either case, is there some sort of a quid pro quo that needs to occur where, you know, the owner of the project can't have excess profits, that you would somehow put a collar around the profits up and down so that in exchange for the ratepayers carrying these risks, they get something beyond just the project? Or is just getting the project enough?
Well, around the possibility to have some kind of profit sharing, this is something that's really debated, because you mean if you keep some kind of exposition to spot market prices, you keep some incentives to operate efficiently. But the problem is that you don't de-risk as much as you could. So in a way, I think maybe the de-risking part should be more important in this project if you look at the way the cost is sensitive to that part. But of course, if you look, you have other ways than exposure to spot prices in order to keep some incentives, and the way the rate, the levy, which is paid by consumers, can be adjusted with the regulator assessing whether costs are sincere is a very important part of.
Just pause on that for a second. When you say, when we look at the costs, if, for example, commodity prices just happen to go up, that's a real cost of the project. You could argue that that should get passed through to the ratepayers because they should pay for what it actually costs. If the project developers blow all their estimates and don't manage the project properly, does that get passed through as well, or is that a risk that the developer still carries?
Well, we don't know yet what's really being decided in the UK. We will know. But if you look at academic papers that were behind the decision, UK's decision, you can see that there is the project developer bears a burden in case there is some over budget.
Yeah.
I mean, the question you ask, risk transfer, risk sharing, is of course a hugely important one. And the academic paper that Benoit refers to is by our dear colleague David Newbury and others. And they clearly say that the RAB model for Sizewell C should be what they call a hybrid RAB. A hybrid RAB that doesn't indemnify completely, which puts some limit on the risk reduction or the cost reduction aspect, but keeps some incentive indeed to perform well. And I think that's clearly an important.
Reviews we have in the United States, kind of similar concept.
Well, the idea with a hybrid RAB is that that decision, that the risk sharing is to some extent ex ante. It's already sort of built in the construction of the RAB itself, rather than sort of an ex post review, which is always a little bit difficult having for private company some kind of collar or some kind of revenue cap or whatever. I'm not a particular fan of that because it blunts the incentives, but at the same time there needs to be some risk sharing. Do you allow me to ask one question to Bozena and Lucas? Because you do have, to some extent, a risk transfer mechanism there that you say, in the first, or basically the idea is, during construction, a nuclear power project is a high-risk project. During operations, a nuclear power project is a low-risk project. So at that juncture, when you start producing, it's built, starts producing, there is an opportunity to move from the public sector with this whole risk reduction strategy that we're discussing to the private sector because risks are so much lower and private investors would love to get in on that project. My question to you is, I think we understand the transfer and the reasons for it, but do you already arrange for that transfer before construction actually starts? basically a commitment, once it's up and running, these guys will come in? Or do you do that, okay, we'll be done next month with the project, let's look who's out there who would like to get in? So have you thought about the anticipation of that moment of transfer between the public and the private sector?
And if I could add to it, I made the horrible mistake as a moderator of giving up the microphone. But anyway, just to add on that, it's a fantastic question. But the other aspect too is, Jan, the statement you made that it's low risk during operation, I would say that depends on the market structure. Because as we've seen in the United States, we used to say that nuclear power plants print money once they're in operation, but then when we deregulated markets and subsidized renewables and gave them dispatch preferences, and we have cheap natural gas, all of a sudden we were worried about nuclear plants shutting down prematurely. So in your answer, if you could also add in, what about the market structure once it does go into operation? Thank you.
Okay. If I understand, your question relates to the way how the ownership will be transferred from public to private sector, and at which moment, which should be the optimum moment for the.
Yes, or whether you anticipate already that moment before it's actually being enacted.
Okay. It's very hard to predict at this moment which should be what should be the best implementation let's say way for this model, because there are still many question marks here, but we developed the model to the phase where there is let's say a complete concept idea, and some still implementation details needs to be worked by the government in cooperation with end users associations. But we already do have some proposals. So we assume it could be possible even. It's very optimistic, but we have some let's say some proposals how to make it real, to sell at least part of the shares of the first unit to the end users. Of course it depends on many factors, but the government, in my opinion, is able to do that using maybe some incentives that are not necessarily or should not be regarded as a public aid. We try to avoid public aid if possible, because we are still a EU member state. So even what we propose in our paper that was published is that the government should start a dialogue, talks with end users, with final investors, as we call it. And this was already done in case of Exeltium model, because that was the case back in 2005, 2000 something around that, where the French government initiated a dialogue with large industrial companies. I mean the end users, and that's how they figured out the Exeltium model itself. So
So would you envision a PPA type structure then, where, I mean, because under Exeltium, EDF still held the asset, and then the end users were just doing under a PPA. So are you suggesting that sort of a structure, or are you suggesting actual new owners coming in and taking over the unit in some sort of consortium structure? Or yet to be determined?
In Sacho model, we assume that the energy is delivered only to the shareholders, just like in Mancala model. But I think that Łukasz meant that the government had some talks with potential owners of shares, if they are potentially interested in such kind of participation in ownership. And if I understood your question, you asked about it if it's possible to point a certain moment in time when the auction is organized. Yes? No.
Just very concretely, are you already talking with pension funds today?
I don't know. I'm not talking
So
with pension funds.
maybe we should leave this for another time.
But I think it's a good idea to start talking with them.
Okay,
yeah.
okay, great. So, John, I want to come back to you. When we talk about financing and risk, you know, when we're looking at a nuclear asset, you know, the large reactors that are being built now, if they're properly maintained, will run for 100 years. They'll get licensed for 60. They'll probably run for 100. Yet our financial models, you know, fail us after about 30 years. And then we don't have anything to put in a financial model for energy security or energy diversity, or unless we have a sophisticated and well-functioning carbon pricing model even for decarbonization. So as we think about financing structures, we think about risk transfer and optimization, and then possibly bringing in new investors at different points in time. How do we deal with some of these intangibles that don't plug into a financial model elegantly to come up with a good financing structure that will attract capital?
Yeah, so some of these things I think are just inevitably a characteristic of private investors do some things super well, but you have the common good and you need the state to be looking after the common good. So certainly energy security is one of those things. And so there needs to be some guidance. It can come in different forms. It can come in the form of some subsidies. It can come in the form of various regulations that look for diversity in supply. Different states will do different things. Then there are other aspects which I'm not sure there's any need for any intervention one way or another. I personally don't think the time horizon is a big problem. We build these things, at least in the US, looking at a 40-year horizon, let's just say, and we get them built, and then the investors see the value of maintaining them over a longer horizon, usually. Sometimes we need the state to also point out that we need to keep these things around. But so I don't think the long term is a major issue. I mean, we have a lot of private investors who have long horizons, like pension funds and others who invest in real estate that has a very super long life. But I do think the common interest, you talked about infrastructure. You know, so in the first half of the 20th century in the United States, we built out TVA and the Bonneville Power Association. We invested money in a rural electrification program that the state financed because economic development was enabled by having good electrical infrastructure. And that's a place where I think sometimes the state can come in, but it can do it through funding public enterprises, but it can also do it by providing support, for example, to cooperatives and things like that.
So is that kind of the policy argument to drive the financing solution, that, you know, some of these things that we put in that public good category, that's how you implement the financing structures to support getting these projects done?
Yes, and I think the emphasis in this report on the public needs low-carbon investments, and nuclear is one of those low-carbon investments it needs, then the question is, what's the best way for the public to contract with private companies to do what they do really well, which is usually manage construction and run projects. That's the task, and the UK's decisions on Sizewell, I think, are a great example of doing that.
So Benoit and then Jan, both of you, I'd like to hear. And is this more about mobilizing capital? than it is anything else. Is that if we need to build a lot of these things and build them well, you know, have the government take more of the risk early on, but then structure the project in the way that we can then maybe refinance the government out so that they can then deploy that same capital to the next project and the next project, which then puts an emphasis on creating investable projects, maybe not, and I know this cuts against what your colleague said a few minutes ago, but if we get them built, we can refinance them and we can get that money out and do more things with it, and that's the safest way to bring in private capital. And of course, if we can do better and bring in it earlier, great, but more it's the cycling of capital through these projects.
Well, I think if you look at the RAB model, I'm not talking about other models, but in RAB, the government involvement is not really there to finance in itself the project. It's already financed through investors, but it's there to show its involvement. So political risk is minimized. It's not really, so in fact, a RAB finance plant does not have to refinance itself. So it's one of the advantage because, you know, it's compatible with state aid guidelines, or it may be compatible with state aid guidelines. Boshena was talking about that. And in fact, it isn't a burden on the state finance budget. So it's really interesting in that way. But it's a little bit different. I think in other models, yes, you will have to refinance and think about it.
And then Jan, also, because I know we're running short on time unless they want to give us a little more time, which we'd be happy to take. But when you think about mobilizing capital, and you say in the report that, you know, this is a lower risk investment if we de-risk it, and so investors will do that in terms of diversifying their portfolio. What investors are we talking about? Are we talking about just a passive investor that's looking to invest in a whole variety of things? Or are we looking more at corporates who, you know, may do things slightly different? What is the decision universe of investors here? What's the pool of investors that really would look at a nuclear project and say, I'm willing to take a lower return to diversify my portfolio, because it's always relative to what? What is the other thing I would do with that money as opposed to put it in this project?
Yeah, very clearly, I mean, the logic is really the maximization of overall returns, but you're willing to take a lower return on a specific project if that sort of offsets your overall portfolio risk. That's the argument. And clearly, I think we would be looking at a variety of sort of project structures. John mentioned there are plenty of investors, private investors out there with a very long-term outlook. The time frame in itself is not the issue. The issue is, as always, is the risk of the project, and the key element, as we learned, is the construction phase for a nuclear power project. Let me comment on, while I have the mic, and I'll give it back to you to conclude, evidently. Two small points. One is on the public goods question. Of course, the key assumption in the report that we wrote is that there is now a universally recognized public good, which is net zero, which is reducing carbon emissions. That is sort of the universe in which our thinking was developed. Other than that, we really did not want to sort of get into the public goods debate because, how shall I say, as much as I agree that security of supply is a public good, it's sort of going too quickly into the public goods argument sort of relaxes the discipline. You have to argue your point and your investment on somewhat stricter limits if you really stick to the private optimization model, rather than say, well, there's a public good, just go ahead, and taxpayers will fund it. if you go into the public good argument sphere, you need to argue it very, very tightly. That's the first point. That's the bad news to some extent. But the good news is, once you accept the carbon emissions argument, that we need to reduce emissions, then I think what you asked earlier, that what's the operational price risk in electricity markets, then I still think that nuclear power is a very, very, very sound and largely a very low-risk project. A, it's dispatchable. B, it's got low variable cost. But the condition, of course, is you need to value the carbon externality. And even in the States, not in terms of a carbon tax on carbon emitters, but in terms of zero emission credits, ZECs, for low carbon nuclear, then all of a sudden it becomes profitable again. So you internalize the carbon externality fully. Nuclear, once built, is a very good investment.
Thank you. So we are out of time. Michel's been tapping his wrist saying that, we're out of time. I'm just going to exercise moderator's privilege to make 2 quick points. The first is NEA has done a lot of great work on total system cost of electricity. It's worth reading because it's relevant to this entire discussion. The second thing I would point out on this financing in the context of clean energy is that in Canada in the last year, they've done 2 green bond issuances, Bruce Power and OPG. They were independently rated by Cicero. They got their medium green rating, and they were oversubscribed by a factor of 6x each. And so I think that this idea that is one of the foundation points of this paper, which is the importance of doing this all within the context of decarbonization. We have examples out there in the bond market that have, again, 6x, it speaks for itself. So with that, I want to thank all of our panelists. I'm sorry we didn't get to questions from the floor, but everybody will be around and you can ask them on your own time. So thank you very much, and we are out of time.
Now is to invite you for lunch outside.
you hear me? Okay. We'll start in just 1 minute.
I'll introduce everyone at once together, if we can do that. So you just get us started. And do I need to do anything to get Tim live? Or? No. I can do it. But he'll be able to hear me once everything is can get these people going.
Yes.
Round them up.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us again. We'll now continue with our third session on leveraging public and private financing for nuclear new build projects. This session will discuss key challenges and opportunities for nuclear new build financing in OECD and NEA economies. And I'll go ahead and introduce our moderator, Milt Kaplan. Please join us.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch and they're ready to listen some more. We had a very interesting morning, learning mostly about risk, how to allocate risk. We talked about some good examples, some of the great work done by the NEA. But now we're really getting to the important part, because while we talked about the theory, on this panel today we actually have those folks that have the big bags of money, and the money's all out in the car waiting to see who can make a case to get that money. And so this is the most important part of what I like to call the nuclear supply chain. Because what do we need more than any piece of equipment? We need money. And so it'll be good to get a perspective from both government and private organizations to understand, what do they want? What will it take for them to be able to support projects? And so just to introduce quickly who's on the entire panel before we launch, we're going to have an introductory speech by Tim Stone, chairman of the Nuclear Industry Association in the UK. Tim will be with us virtually, but that's just as good, because Tim's vast experience in this industry is paralleled by very few. Then we have 3 government agency representatives. We have Ashok Pashrika from US Exim. We have Mr. Wang Hyun-shik from KXIM. And we have Anne Crepin from SVIL. Following that, we have Daniel Dean, who's the head of the IBNI, the International Bank for Nuclear Infrastructure, who's hoping to bring bags of money. And then finally, Anurag Gupta, who represents the private sector. So what we'll do is Tim will give an opening talk, then each of these folks will give a short talk and leave us enough time for some good discussion, so please think up some questions. So with that, I'd like to pass it over to Tim, if you can get Tim online. Thank you.
Hi, can you see me?
Yes.
Super, right, in which case, Milt, thank you very much for that kind introduction. Just one quick word before I put the slides up. I'm not just a nuclear guy, but I spent a lot of my career actually financing big projects, and one of the first ones I did when I moved to Chase in New York was refinancing Palo Verde, and I think that was really quite an enlightenment in terms of trying to find ways of financing a plant that was basically cooled by modified sewage. So I'm going to start. I've got quite a few slides which I hope will be helpful for you in the end, but what I'd like to do is just whiz through this lot quite quickly, because I want to give you a slightly bigger picture. And there we are. So, what I'm going to do is talk a bit about the cost of capital and consequences. I'm going to talk about Great British Nuclear, what it might be, what it's supposed to be, and then sum up. So, in terms of cost of capital, just look at Sizewell C. Left-hand side, total costs. Construction 17%, other operating 26%, fuel 5%, financing and associated tax 53%. It is the killer. And fundamentally, dealing with that is vital. Look at the impact on the cost of capital on the electricity price, and bear in mind that you've all heard of Hinkley. Well, Hinkley is somewhere up here in this corner. That's what happens when you have a regulated asset-based type financing. And there are some really, really hard points to come with this. So Michelle's presentation earlier on is very good, spot on. But the fundamental issue is that with the biggest cost of resulting electricity being from the cost of capital, it's worth remembering for government people in the audience that every single extra basis point of additional cost of capital is an artificial tax on the energy that's created, and it damages the long-run national economy and national economic competitiveness. And I cannot stress this point enough. Everything we should be doing is driving down that cost of capital so that there's not a single basis point that's not absolutely necessary from the inherent combination of the project characteristics. That, for me, is a critical outcome from the way that we think about policy. But it's not the panacea. You get a low cost of capital by really, frankly, old-fashioned measures, and it's about having properly planned, properly executed projects. If you look at the project problems around the world and nuclear, they're almost all not nuclear issues, they are project issues. Now, we just simply got to turn this around so that nuclear being delivered on time and on cost has to become the norm, whether it's gigawatt or SMR. It can be done, it has been done, it's been done around the world in Abu Dhabi with CANDOs. We can do this, but we need to make sure that it becomes the absolutely bog standard conventional way of doing things without hesitation. And I'll talk more about that in a minute on Great British Nuclear. For those of you who've not seen it, there's a very good piece of work done by the Energy Technology Institute in the UK. There's a couple of links up there, and again, Michelle will share this. And you were talking earlier about risks. Now, the critical issue here is that the project owns the risks. It doesn't matter what you do with them. It doesn't matter how you think you've shared them out. You can't outsource them. You cannot outsource risk. And one of the consequences of the way that our construction industries in most parts of the world exist is that they have very little capital base. Their ability to actually absorb real risk is very small. And so in terms of the way that we think about managing risk, it's about sharing it and making sure it doesn't go wrong. And that's mostly to do with preparation and not to do with a casino approach to contracting. So as a dull, boring banker, and I'm sure Anurag will talk about this, although he's not dull and boring, he's a good friend. But fundamentally, if you want to get capital into any of these structures, you have to follow these bullet points below. You've got to finish the engineering before you start. You've got to finish the construction planning before you start. You need rational, behaviorally driven contracts, not just some standard contract, but you need to think through what drives the right behaviors in the project. And you have to do simple things like making sure that all the labor is incentivized by outcomes, not, oh, these guys get paid when they finish the piping and these guys get paid when they finish the electricals. It's about the project itself. And thinking that through, I cannot stress enough about how much difference up front that makes, both to the success of the project, but also to the perception of panic that capital has. A few simple truths, look at them. For nationally significant infrastructure, governments own failure. For what we're doing in rebuilding energy security and hitting net zero, if it goes wrong, it's a government problem. It doesn't matter what your contracts say, you cannot outsource failure. And in the UK, we call our companies PLCs, public limited companies, and the L is critical. That L there for a reason. And so there's a limit to what you can do. And the other issue around all this is that in rebuilding our energy systems, we have to think very carefully about the resilience of the future systems and thinking of them as systems in the way that an engineer thinks. Otherwise, you're making the most horrendous bets on the future of our children and grandchildren. Now, with that in mind, I want to tell you a bit about Great British Nuclear, what it will be or what it should be and what the outcomes will be. So this is the result of a roundtable. I'm going to go through what we're trying to do, a bit about the functions, and then the next steps, and then I'll shut up and let the others talk. But this is where it started. We had a prime minister who suddenly woke up on the back of the Ukraine illegal invasion to the fact that we have no energy security in the UK. And so on the right-hand side of the picture, the whole nuclear industry was there, apart from the Americans who were on the screen at the far end. On the left, you can see the ministers and prime ministers of the day. And essentially, the prime minister said, we have to get this sorted now. The things on the left-hand side were the critical issues that we have to deal with. And the one I would stress most of all, and it's still the killer in most countries, is you have to build trust and confidence in the government policy and planning, because vendors and money have choices, and markets will drive people to where those risks, which they cannot manage and control in terms of government policy, are least. Things like siting and permitting, supply chain, planning, development, and particularly people are things that we have to grow organically. We have to grow in a systematic way. But on the back of that, look at this. The black line there is the percentage of electricity in the UK, which is nuclear, and we are currently down to there. And the Prime Minister's objective to have 25% of the electricity from nuclear by 2050 means you have to build like that. That's a pace and scale that we've not seen since the Second World War. That's the challenge in the UK, and actually when people are honest about it in many other countries too. There's a number of things we have to do to make all this happen, and I'll pick a few off here and you can read these in peace and quiet. No developer can actually deliver a big project on their own. I was on the board of Hitachi's Horizon project and I chaired the audit committee, and I signed off the accounts writing off £2.1 billion. I never in my wildest nightmare thought I'd ever do that, and nobody will do that again. So that isn't going to happen. You're always going to have first of a kind risks in country with the chosen technology. We have not been historically in most countries investing in skills, and that long-term uncertainty has meant that the supply chain in most of our countries is pretty weak. So we have to do something to fix all this lot. And the solutions that might be within a Great British Nuclear are, first of all, that GBN with the government has to commit to long-term policy for new nuclear with capacity targets and off-ramps. And I'm not going to read all this, but commitment is critical. And if you don't mind the slight bit of humour, if you look carefully in the Oxford English Dictionary, you will not find a definition of the verb to uncommit. You have to do this and make people believe it, and you have to mean it yourself as a government. You've got to come up with this as a programme. You can't do it project by project if you want any sort of pace and scale. You have to do something about regulation, and you have to do something about minimising the choices on technology, because frankly, we know what works now or what's going to work. We don't need any more R&D at this stage to get the process going. Government has to fund pre-final investment decision activity. You can't ask the private sector to do this at risk, and we've got to provide proper financial structures to keep the cost down and a decent return for the investors. And finally, we have to own the projects. You have to provide secure access to sites. We have to be clear as government and Great British Nuclear about the technology selection process. And we have to be accountable for the programme as a whole. That's what GBN's got to do. And the process looks something like this. It's driving security of supply by making contributions to the net zero targets, a programmatic approach to gigawatt and small reactors, one by one, ramping up the process, providing the confidence for investment in skills, because engineers and infrastructure people are in short supply. There are thousands missing today. We need to do something about that. We have to give confidence to the technology vendors to prioritize our country or your country, wherever you are. And that program certainty in the end, if it is true certainty, it will drive private investment up over time relatively quickly and government funding down. But there is no other way of doing it than this if you want pace and scale. The overarching structure looks like that. So within Great British Nuclear, you have people who can deal with program delivery, with siting, with regulation, technology selection, providing proper governance of project and financing mechanisms, providing assurance to the taxpayers, ensuring skills are appropriately deployed, and that the commercial oversight is there on the projects. And then project by project, individual subsidiaries underneath GBN to take a gigawatt project forwards, and then an SMR, and then maybe another gigawatt, and then some other SMRs, but actually on a programmatic basis to ramp up the supply chain, and the supply chain for people. And if you do that, in the end, UK government and GBN will look like France used to be, like UAE was. I had the privilege of being the original advisor on that one. And Canada now is, but that's what you have to do. And frankly, big energy projects, the rebuilding of energy systems, whether for security or low carbon, is a sovereign risk. And there's no point governments trying to pretend that they can outsource this to the private sector because they can't. It's too big. Next steps, we're waiting for ministerial approval. We've got a shadow team established and growing. We're preparing announcements and aiming to launch properly in March 23. But none of that's going to happen until the first one's happened. So in a nutshell, that's where we are. But this is all about driving a program so that private capital can come in the right places at appropriate costs of capital to help make a difference. I'm sure Anurag will talk about some of the learnings from the P3 world and the way that the financiers help drive sensible projects going forwards. But that's my quick summary of GBN. And final thoughts, it is the biggest change in a generation. Triggered by Ukraine has really rattled people's cages. At the moment, we're running on the vapors in terms of spare capacity in the UK, and the lights are at risk of going out. Most countries, many countries, have to replace pretty much all the primary energy, not just electricity, which in our case is 18%, but the other 82%, which is fossil. You've got to rebuild a vast amount of primary low carbon energy, and the demands on capital and people that go with that are vast, but great long-term consequences, great long-term rewards, both for the people in terms of careers and building families and communities. But my last point is critical, and others can pick this up, but capital will flow to the best prepared projects where governments recognise the sovereign nature of nationally significant infrastructure and face up to their inescapable consequences. There's no point ducking this and thinking the market will sort it out. It won't. It's too big. We don't have time. We need to make sure this is done right. And the choices that we make now will affect the economic competitiveness of our countries in the time of our children and grandchildren. Frankly, we have no moral right not to do this right. At that point, I'll shut up and stop sharing the screen and hand back. But I hope that was a helpful intro. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you, Tim. I couldn't imagine a better presentation to set the scene. You clearly set out what makes a project successful. I think now hopefully you can stay on for the rest of the panel and listen. And now what we'll do is we'll start going through the different organizations and see, as lenders and as supporters of lenders, what do you think is required to make projects successful? And we'll start with Ashok and US Exim.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, you can go up in your presentation.
Okay.
And I think there's a remote there. It should.
Fine. So I just want to give you a little bit of briefing on the Exim Bank, what Exim Bank has done in the nuclear sector, and what we can do in the nuclear sector. Our mission is to support US jobs through exports. And nuclear is a big sector, and our management is very supportive of nuclear because it really creates a lot of jobs in the United States. So it's a very important sector. It has become even more important now with the climate issues and with the energy security issues. So nuclear is a very high priority for Exim Bank. We've been in it for a long time, but it's a higher priority now than it ever has been before. We work very closely with other US government agencies, with the Department of Energy, Department of Commerce, State Department, and a number of other US agencies, including the NRC, which provides very valuable information to us. So I forgot to put my slide on, but let me just go on. Sorry, okay. Exim Bank has been very active. At one time, we were doing, I looked at some of the statistics. In the 60s and 70s, we were doing about 70% of all nuclear financing in the world outside Russia. Since then, there are a lot of other players in the game, the French, the Koreans, the Japanese. UK. So there's a lot of interest, and our involvement is a lot lower now. We have financed projects in Taiwan, Korea, Mexico, Spain, Brazil, Japan. And the one thing I did want to point out to you is that Exim Bank has supported US exporters, GE, Westinghouse, and others. But we are not restricted to supplying only US export technologies. We have supported BRCA, which was a APR 1400. We have supported CANDU reactors. We have worked in Lithuania and in Bulgaria with the VVR 1000s and CANDU reactors in Romania. So as long as there's a US export, either in goods or services, Exim Bank would be prepared to provide services for that, or provide financing for that. We have a dedicated core of people. My own experience, I've worked in a nuclear power plant in BWR, GE BWR, and Westinghouse 2 PWRs in New Jersey. So it's unusual for an ECA, for an export credit agency, to hire people with nuclear experience. But this was always considered a high priority for Exim Bank, so that's one of the reasons I'm there. We also have people who have specialized in the legal issues involving nuclear power plants, and of course the commercial and financial issues involving nuclear power plants. Financing nuclear power plants is not easy. It's a complicated financing process, but Exim Bank has a lot of expertise in that area. And we believe we can actually facilitate the financing of all ECAs and all commercial banks in a nuclear power plant. We have no country limits, we have no transaction limits, and we have no specific sector limits. All we look at is the ability of that project or that transaction to be able to pay back our loan. So every transaction is judged on its own merits. As I mentioned earlier, we have financed new nuclear power plants, a number of them, retrofits and upgrades, and the latest one, which is important besides new power plants being considered in Poland and Romania and other countries, is life extension. The existing power plants are now getting old, and a lot of countries are now embarking on extending the life of the existing units. And this is a very active sector for us right now. We have been regularly financing fuel reloads. We've done some research reactors, medical facilities for nuclear, and then spent fuel storage facilities is another sector which is gaining importance because people who have been storing fuel are running out of capacity and they need to build new facilities. And nuclear waste handling, transportation, and storage is also an active sector for us. Exim Bank finances only US exports. So we are restricted on what we call US content. It could be goods, pumps, and the reactors, so equipment and components. We also finance services. And services could include project management services, could include design, engineering, construction services, which have come from the US. And it could involve in, say, the initial works, geotechnical, site selection, and financial and legal services. So we can do both goods and services. And along those lines, we have two programs. One is a loan guarantee program. So if the sponsors decide to get the financing from a commercial bank, they can negotiate the rate and the terms with the commercial bank, and Exim Bank will guarantee the commercial bank that in case of a default, Exim Bank would continue to make payments. So in those circumstances, the commercial bank can offer lower interest rates because their risk premium is based on the US government risk as opposed to on the project risk. However, in the nuclear sector, since the financing is very large, most of the financing is done on a direct loan basis. In a direct loan basis, Exim Bank will provide a loan directly to the borrower, and we would give a fixed interest rate, which is a pretty attractive proposition, because to have an interest rate for 18 years at a fixed interest rate is a very good feature. And commercial banks will usually charge a variable interest rate, so the risk to the project is a lot higher in a variable rate compared to a fixed rate. So when you're doing a risk mitigation, fixed rate, at least you know what you're going to be paying, and you're reducing the risk of your financing. We only provide loans. We do not provide equity. And so that's been a discussion in this conference as to how the total financing would be required. But by charter, by US Congress, we can only provide loans or debt, senior debt. But in a nuclear power plant, on global sourcing, there are equipment and services coming from a lot of countries. So we work very closely with other ECAs, export credit agencies, because sourcing is coming from all over the world. And on BRCA, for example, we work very closely with KXM, the nuclear reactor. The vessel itself came from there, and a lot of other equipment came from there, plus the construction services. They were very active in BRCA. So we worked with them. On other nuclear power plants, we have worked with JBIC from Japan. We have worked with the French, UK, of course, Korea and Canada. We worked on nuclear reactor, CANDU reactor in China, and we worked very closely with the Canadians on that project. But financing on the equity side has always been a challenge. And Exim Bank will provide 85% of the total US exports. And the US exports is 85% of the equipment and services. So the reason I bring that up is that 15% has still to be provided by the borrower. The borrower can take a loan for it, or it could be equity, but Exim Bank would only provide 85%. We also provide local cost. Our current policy is up to 30%, which is under review. And so with 85%, we provide 30%, that's 115% of US exports. Plus, we would finance the risk premium, and we would finance the capitalized interest during construction. Okay. I want to explain one more thing, which is a very attractive feature, which is engineering multiplier program. In the initial phase of the project, where initial studies are being done, the geotechnical work, site selection, Exim Bank has a program where it's a very quick program. It doesn't take a long time to get the approval on that. Is we'll provide short-term financing for that program, a five-year financing. And then when the bigger plant is authorized, then we would roll that short-term financing into the long-term financing. So it's a very attractive feature, and we can talk about it more on a one-on-one basis if someone is interested. I skipped one. Let me see if I can get back to that. Some of the key considerations, and I'll make it short here, is countries which have had previous experience in nuclear is always easier for us to finance. That does not mean we cannot finance countries which are doing nuclear for the first time. For example, Poland would be an example. We did that in Braca, and we have done that in several other countries. It's a little bit more time-consuming to do nuclear financing for a country for the first time. We look at third-party nuclear liability regime during our due diligence. We look at qualified contractors. We look at the regulatory body because they are the first ones to license a new technology. So we look at their staffing and the operating bodies. And the one thing I would want to add is that Exim Bank doesn't have the capability in-house to do all this. So we rely very heavily on IAEA. They do the INR, which is the infrastructure. They look at the regulatory body. They do OSAT, which is the operating body. So we rely very heavily on their reports. They have safety standards and guides, and we use those as our basis for due diligence. And all projects have environmental requirements, and we look at the post-Fukushima modifications. We have a new program, which is authorized by Congress, which is it's called CTEP, China and Transformational Technologies. In those areas where China is providing subsidies or is not providing a level financing program per the OECD regulations, Exim Bank is authorized by Congress to be able to be flexible, to be able to meet China competition. And we can, again, this is it's a large program, a new program, and we can talk about it separately. We also have another program which is for transformational energy. There are 10 sectors where we can provide flexible financing. However, unfortunately, nuclear is not part of that. And I think Congress is looking at it, but at this time, Congress has not authorized nuclear technology or nuclear projects to be part of the transformational program. So I'll make that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, next, we'll have Mr. Wang of KXM.
Oh, sorry. Okay. The green one. Okay.
The top one.
Okay. Hello, my name is Hyun-Sik Hwang from the Export-Import Bank of Korea, KEXIM. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this great conference and giving me an opportunity to share precious experiences on nuclear finance. I was wondering why I or KEXIM is invited to this conference. So I got 3 reasons. First of all, Korean nuclear company like KSNP is under discussion with many new build nuclear projects in European countries, including Poland. And also the possibility of KSNP is participating in the project is quite high. Secondly, if KSNP is entering into the export contract, we, KEXIM, as an export credit agency, will make a strong financial support. And lastly, we are running more than 20 nuclear power plants in my countries, and also we have a robust supply chain for new build nuclear plant. And lastly, we have experience for export for large scale reactors to UAE. Actually, in UAE Baraka project, we KEXIM provided long-term ECA financing. So I think that's why I'm here. So I'm going to start with the quick overview of a KEXIM Bank for whom not familiar with ECA or KEXIM Bank. As you can see in the slide, KEXIM is established 1976 as a 100% government-owned policy bank, and our financing focused on infrastructure and plant and natural resources and maritime business. And the KEXIM is Korea's the official export credit agency. Our law is very similar with the data of the US EXIM and JBIC from Japan and UKEF or EDC from Canada. And we have international credit ratings equivalent to Korea's sovereign rating. Our ECA financing is basically very large scale and long-term financing and focused on our country's strategic industry like a nuclear plant. So the support of ECA, like us, from home state of nuclear vendors is critical. This slide is showing that the typical financing structure for nuclear power plant project. When Korean company like KSNP enter into construction and operation contract, which means KSNP will export nuclear power plant. In this situation, KEXIM may provide finance. Borrowers may be the host country's government or public agency, public entities, or special purpose vehicle invested by project sponsors. In terms of the financial products, we provide loans and guarantees. KEXIM can directly inject loan amount to borrowers or provide financial guarantee for financial institution who is actually funding. Next slide is the case of UAE Baraka nuclear power plant project. At the moment, two units out of all 4 units already obtained commercial operation, and the other 2 units will be commercially operating next year and 2 years from now, respectively. As you can see, many Korean companies participate in the project as sponsors, an EPC contractor, an O&M contractor. So KEXIM also decided to commit huge amount of $2.5 billion. From lender side, host country's government, ECA, and commercial banks participate in this project. As everybody here knows, globally for achieving energy security and carbon neutrality, nuclear energy is attracting more and more attention. And many European countries are considering to newly implement or construct additional reactors. Regarding financing for new build nuclear power project, the required amount is very huge. So I think key roles for financing should be done by public financing, such as direct loan from host countries' government or MDBs or ECA like us or EXIM. Public financing may directly provide financing, and at the same time, it can give anchoring effects to mobilize private sector's investment. And above all things, I need to emphasize strong support from host countries' government. I think host countries' government is very wide and crucial. For example, they create a political and regulatory framework for building investors' confidence. And based on the framework, assuring revenue for investors and reducing risks would be needed. This is my end of my slide. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anne?
Hello, everybody. So I will not come back too long on export credit because my colleague explained it very well. What an export credit can do and can do for nuclear, because of course usually an export credit is a sort of cornerstone of financing a new NPP, in particular during construction phase, because we can provide money with the guarantee of the government of the exporter and attract money for a long maturity, and the banks, the lenders, are confident to bring this liquidity easily because there is this guarantee from the government. So I will maybe extend a bit more about the specificity of the French, and which is also comparable to the European model of doing export finance, and which is a bit different from my colleagues from US Exim or KEXIM, because first of all, the product, the export credit, basically is the same because we are all regulated by the OECD arrangement and the officially supported export credits. And this arrangement makes sure that we provides a sort of level playing field between the different ECAs that compose it. That means that basically we do provide something which is comparable. It's not equal, it is comparable. So usually it's basically the same. So, but we are organized differently. And in Europe, and in France in particular, where I come from, we are organized in a way to provide access to the private sector a bit more, I would say, because we are separated between the ECA. In France, the ECA, the Export Credit Agency, is BPI France and is acting on behalf of French state. And we have this access to liquidity through SFIL, which provide refinancing solution, in fact, to the commercial banks. That means that we are not providing direct lending like KEXIM or US Exim is doing. We are providing support as a refinancing to commercial bank and attract, in fact, commercial bank to come financing large-size export credits. We have a large experience of financing nuclear because France has also a champion on this frame with EDF and all the supply chain around. And definitely we are both BPI and ourselves are very confident and supportive of this activity. If I go further on SFIL itself, SFIL itself is a French public development bank in charge of refinancing large-size export credit. That means that we are active for any export credit that is above 70 million euro. We are 100% public, so this is the public side of this. We are owned by Caisse des Dépôts in France, and with of course, the indirect support of French government. That means that we are 100% public, and therefore it gives us access to a very high rating, which is comparable to French state, which is a way for us, in fact, to have access also to the private sector, and to the private sector because we attract, in fact, private investors. They invest in our bonds. We are issuing bonds on the debt capital market with a rating which is comparable to French state. And with this, we issue bonds in an amount which is between 6 to 8 billion per year. We know that we could even do more. We do not, usually when we issue bonds, we are oversubscribed, and in particular, we are a green bond issuer, and when we issue green bond or sustainable bonds, and this morning it was said that usually it is oversubscribed, definitely yes. We experience the fact that each time we are issuing a green bond or a sustainable bond, it is significantly oversubscribed. So we are sure that we could do a lot more on sustainable side. And for us, and since European taxonomy has included nuclear, for us, nuclear is part of what is sustainable. So definitely we know that we could do a lot more for sustainable deals, nuclear included. So we issue on the debt capital market. What's one of the characteristic of our issuance is also that we issue for long maturity. Half of our portfolio is above 10-year maturity. 10-year maturity for a bond is a 10-year bullet. That means that if we compare this with an amortizable loan, like an export credit, it is comparable to maturities that fit with the construction period for a nuclear power plant plus 18 years. So we are very comfortable with those long duration, and we know that usually commercial banks are a bit, I would say, feel a bit different about long maturity. For us, long maturity is fine. So we can help the private sector coming to long-term maturity on this front. And then, of course, with this high rating, we have access also to competitive costs. Our cost in average is something like 16 basis points in average compared to treasury bonds of France. So the other side of access to private and mixing private and public is also the fact that our intervention principle is based on a cooperative model between private sector made by commercial banks and public, which is our case. So definitely we leave the role to the banks for the structuration, for the origination, and they still are lenders in our deals. We work together with 27 banks. You have all the logos there. All those guys are usually the main banks active on French export credits. And we come as a complementary offer, in fact. The bank come to us when they have a project, they request our conditions, we gave them our appetite for the project and the cost of our intervention, and definitely they decide if they want to transfer a portion of it. When I say transfer, it is a true sale. That means that the bank will sell a portion of the loan. That means that we will come as a lender. We are not initial lender, but we come immediately after the closing. That means that the bank can transfer to us very, very shortly after they close the deal, and they will not bear this amount they will transfer to us in their balance sheet, which is of high importance for them, in particular for long-term financing. We have the 27 banks which are partners. We have a cooperation agreement with each of them, but 18 of them have already transferred something to us. I mention this because this structure is a bit new. In fact, we have started operating in 2016, which is rather recent. That means also that we do not have done nuclear deals until now, but still we have experience about nuclear, and this experience, I share this with Ashok, in fact, because before joining SFIL, I used to be a project and export finance director at Areva Group. So I spent 17 years within Areva. So yes, definitely we did a lot of nuclear financing, and I structured the Olkiluoto 3 export credit, for example, and also the Taishan one. So definitely we have this experience within SFIL, and within BPI, people are very experienced also because they have done the same deals with Areva at that time. So regarding achievements of SFIL, you have here our geographical breakdown, because we are not only active on nuclear, we are active on all the sectors of export for France. We have signed 22 operations until now. These operations have concluded 20.8 billion export credit, of which SFIL has refinanced 11.2 export credits. It gives you an idea of the size of the project we are active on. In fact, if you, in average, it would be projects for 1 billion each. In reality, we have infrastructure deals which are usually very smaller amounts, in particular when it is African. And we have a very big project. Some of them are up to 3 billion. But as I said, we have a ceiling, we have no cap, so we can talk about larger amounts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Green button?
Yep. Down
Yep.
here.
So it's my pleasure to be here this afternoon. My name is Daniel Dean. I'm the chair of an organization called the Strategic Advisory Group for the Implementation Organization to establish a new multilateral bank called the International Bank for Nuclear Infrastructure. We've been at this for some time, and we've been engaging with the international organizations such as NEA, such as IFNEC, such as the IAEA, UN organizations. We're engaging with individual countries. As most of you know, the model that has been proven successful for multilaterals over the decades has been a model where countries, a coalition of countries come together, establish a multilateral bank for a specific purpose. So that's really what we're all about, and I want to make a few brief comments about our initiative, and I'm hopeful that we can have this individual dialogue with OECD member countries, with NEA member countries, IFNEC member countries, to identify the areas that this new multilateral can potentially benefit your individual projects, your programs, and nuclear industries within your respective countries. So I do have a brochure. I'll pass this around to anybody, distribute these to anybody who's interested with more information. But I want to be brief today and just give the general background on what we're all about. We're currently a group of 15 people scattered throughout the world. Milt is one of our members. We're a diversified group trying to push this initiative forward. The general idea is that there's a deficiency, or I guess some would say a gaping hole, when we talk about the financing mechanisms available to support nuclear. We've talked a lot about the public sector. We're hearing from the export credit side, from the private sector, and what are the limitations. But the reality is, in order to achieve broader policy objectives, climate change initiatives, net zero, sustainable decarbonization, energy security, and just energy transition, we're going to need multiple trillions of dollars of investment over a very short period of less than 30 years. If we're talking about what support can governments bring, what support can the private markets bring, it's all limited. And the idea of a multilateral is a multilateral could provide that additionality. The gaps in the overall resources to bring the level of nuclear investment, the level of capacity in the global market over this period of time is limited, and a multilateral can fill that void. So that's the general idea. You know, it's a new multilateral specifically focused on nuclear. Existing multilaterals are mainly focused on very important issues such as economic development, poverty eradication, which are all great causes, great missions, but they're not necessarily well aligned with what we need to achieve in terms of delivering low carbon capacity over this period of time. So the IBNI would provide support to all member countries, not only developing countries. So it would provide the support necessary to highly advanced, highly developed countries, all the way through the spectrum to the developing countries. As the Director General Magwood spoke about this morning, there is this need in Southeast Asia and Africa. The multilateral bank can address the issues in those markets, but also the very important issues in advanced countries like the United States, like the UK, Canada, Korea, that also need this significant level of investment in the next 30 years. So what types of projects and programs would IFNE support? IFNE would support the entire spectrum of different infrastructure investments necessary based on additionality. So it would be technology neutral. There is a need for investment in new nuclear, as people are calling it. But there's also the need to support the existing proven Generation 3 large reactor technologies. So it would be technology neutral in terms of the generation, in terms of addressing the gaps in the fuel cycle, in addressing gaps in mining through long-term repository. So all the way along all of this spectrum, a new multilateral could come in and address, the areas, not compete with existing financial players, whether it be government, whether it be private sector, but provide that additionality, that enhancement, and really serve as the patient long-term investor. So as Jan spoke about this morning, there's this need for allocating risk between public and private sector, but there's limitations on how much the sovereign governments are going to be able to undertake. So that limitation is something that a global multilateral could certainly fulfill. In terms of the financing and support mechanisms, it's not only financing. It needs to be a multidimensional solution. The impediments that we're facing in nuclear are not only related to financing, they're related to regulatory frameworks, to market frameworks, to policy, to ESG related initiatives. So all of these things can be addressed by a multilateral in terms of putting together these country-level frameworks between the multilateral and the financing member state, the member states in IFNE. So there would be binding and enforceable national and state level commitments. This is a model that's used by existing multilaterals, World Bank, EBRD, Asian Development Bank. All of these multilaterals are currently doing this. So we're not reinventing, we're not inventing a new mechanism here. We're using the models that have been well established over many decades and have been proven successful over many decades. So the idea is to bring those same proven models and apply specifically to the needs within the nuclear sector, the global nuclear sector. There's a market-based element, and there's also a donor-funded element. If we look at how the existing multilaterals are structured, we can draw from these models in terms of how the Asian Development Bank is set up, how IFC is set up. We can draw from these proven models and utilize this same market-based approach as well as a a donor-based approach. So the market-based approach is allowing the multilateral to go out in the markets and issue AAA bonds. So the multilaterals that exist all around the world are able to achieve AAA credit ratings based on established credit rating criteria. We have no reason to believe that IFNI would not be able to establish the same levels of credit rating. So one final point to make is the question always comes up, why don't we just convince World Bank, why don't we just convince the European EBRD, Asian Development Bank, why don't we just convince these existing multilaterals to start supporting nuclear? We would wholeheartedly welcome a long-standing change in policy from these organizations. But the problem remains is that would not be enough to address, the scale of investment that's necessary to address these larger policy issues. So there is a need for a new multilateral, and our organization is committed to driving that forward. So those are my brief comments, and we open it for Anurag. Yeah.
Finally, Anurag, since you don't have slides, you're welcome to stay wherever you like.
Yeah, I have no slides. Well, thank you. First of all, thank you to the NEA for having me here. It's been a great day, really good presentations. Why am I here? From 2012 till 2017, 18, I was very heavily involved in nuclear development. From 2012 till 2016, I was the lead financial advisor to the UK government on Hinkley Point C. So I helped negotiate Hinkley Point C commercials. I actually helped draft the CFD for Hinkley Point C, and I had a large hand in understanding how the UK guarantee scheme would have worked for Hinkley Point C. That was a different team doing that. Once Hinkley Point C was done and reached final investment decision in late 2016, I was then at KPMG. I was then advising Hitachi on their large nuclear plant development in Wales. And so I had the pleasure of seeing the same people at government, but from the other side of the table. And then I moved to Canada. I ran KPMG's global power and utilities practice, and I did a lot of work in the SMR space with the likes of AECL and a couple of private developers in Canada in the SMR space. I now chair the investment committee. I run risk management, and I chair the investment committee of Sequoia Investment Management Company, not to be confused with Sequoia Capital, which is the venture capital firm in California. We are a specialized debt investor. We've got a number of products that we manage. Our biggest product is listed on the London Stock Exchange, the Sequoia Infrastructure Income Fund. It's a mouthful. It's a listed product, so anyone can buy shares in that fund. We take the money that is raised by share capital and invest it in infrastructure projects, debt only. And I think unique amongst the funds, we actually have a position in nuclear. We have lent to Excelsium. Some of you might be familiar with that structure. Some of you may not be. But it's a rare fund which takes a position in nuclear even when it is operating. People will take a position in the bonds of companies like EDF, but that is a very different proposition than actually taking a debt position in an operating nuclear company directly. So I think we are pretty unique in that, and I can explain why I think we are so unique. Look, I don't want to take up too much time. Let's open it up to Q&A. I think it's one thing I have observed, and I'm a practitioner.
not an academic. So while the theory might support private debt finance, especially on a project finance basis in nuclear, from 2012 till 2018, I've spent 7 years of my life trying to do that, and I can categorically tell you, if you're a developer for a nuclear plant, especially a large nuclear plant, trying to get pure private finance, debt finance into nuclear is virtually impossible. You can get equity, sovereign equity, quasi-sovereign equity. You can get debt disguised as private finance, but it is actually government finance. Even in the Abu Dhabi project, there's a government guarantee behind that commercial bank sliver which came in, the 150 million or so which came in. And that was done as a way to actually give fees back to the banks, which helped structure the deal. There is no private finance in nuclear construction phase. And through the Q&A, I can explain why that is so. But yeah, let's open it up to discussion.
Thank you, and thank you all for your comments. We have about 10 minutes left for questions, so the time is short. So I have at least 2 questions, and please keep your responses brief so we can get through to them, because the final question, I think, will be an important one for the audience. The first question is, we heard a lot today earlier about the importance of driving down cost of capital to make nuclear plants competitive. And within the sort of the bounds of your organizations, what are the options for driving down cost of capital from the customer perspective or the cost of rates? Specifically, let's start from ECAs. Mr. Wang, how are rates established for a nuclear project, and are there things that can be done to lower those rates?
Okay. Thank you for a great question. So regarding the reducing cost of capital for nuclear project, we KEXIM as a export credit agency, our mission is to provide financing with very competitive pricing. So I think we may contribute to the project as the reducing the cost of financing cost, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, in fact, I would say the same. Basically, because we are based on the ECA financing. So the aim, of course, of our government is to make the loans more attractive, so that our exports are definitely attractive and can be competitive, and the projects are economically viable. This is basically the idea. After that, we, in the French model, as I said, we have this capacity to channel in a way, and I agree with you. Pure private finance on a nuclear financing for the construction period doesn't really exist. But creating sort of channels like ours is something that definitely brings the cost of liquidity down, in particular if the channel can attract low-cost financing. This is basically the idea. And on the other hand, for the developer of the project, providing the more appropriate allocation of risk is something which is key. In fact, this is basically the idea. So each one in its role, it can give something which is very competitive at the end of the day.
Okay, and Daniel, can you comment from an IMNI point of view, and then I'll ask a slightly different question for the other two.
Yeah, multilaterals have a range of different tools that would help to reduce the capital cost of projects and therefore the generation cost. So the products that multilaterals can offer range from equity participation in projects, direct lending, establishment of standards and criteria that all serve to increase sources of long-term low-cost capital, either directly based on the pass-through cost of the AAA rating of the multilateral that's passed along for the benefit of the program sponsor, or it's driving driving sources of private capital, the global financial markets, into the nuclear sector that also serve to reduce that cost of capital. So I think both availability of capital and cost of capital would be fundamental objectives of IFNE as a nuclear multilateral.
Can I come in just very quickly? Look, from a lender's perspective, when we lend money, we just want our money back with interest, right? So till the nuclear industry can deliver a project on time and on budget, everything else is theoretical. Say what you will about the offshore wind industry, say what you will about the onshore wind industry, they have commoditized it. They bring in projects on time, on budget, and therefore they can finance it at LIBOR plus 200 basis points. If I bring a nuclear project to my investment committee, I lose my job. That is the simple truth.
Okay, so just on that point, everybody clap now. That's an important point. So let me change it up a bit as I ask you, Ashok, because the other thing in terms of rates is also capacity. And what we've seen, the world, the IEA, together with the NEA and the World Energy Outlook, and in the World Energy, this past World Energy Outlook said by the end of this decade, the world has to be investing $1 trillion a year to get to net zero by 2050. So you said you have no capacity limits. How does that look like to you?
We have no capacity limit. That's right. When you start talking about trillions of dollars, I'm not sure if we have capacity limits or not.
But I'm curious as to your thoughts as how the world can mobilize itself to meet that
I think
need.
it has to be a cooperative effort. There has to be funding from several countries. No single party can do that type of project. The ability of a single party or even a small group of parties to be able to do such large amounts of financing is a really big challenge. And we looked at different models, but even then, funding has to be provided for those models. And $1 trillion is a challenge.
Yep. And Anurag, do you want to comment there? Because, especially considering the limitations of the private sector.
Yeah, no, look, I learned one thing from Dr. Stone. He was, the first boss I worked for at KPMG. And he used to say there's only two things which matter in nuclear: capital cost and cost of capital.
Yeah.
So I think we should go back to what the world did in the 70s. Government should pick a technology, build it repeatedly, build a program, and then the capital will follow.
Okay, so I'm going to ask one final question because I know we're running out of time. And Tim, I'll come to you last on this one because I think yours will be an important contribution. Here we are on a nice, I think somewhat sunny afternoon in Warsaw, Poland. We'll assume that. And, here in Poland, they have a very ambitious plan to embark upon a new nuclear program with a variety of initiatives underway, but it's still the beginning, right? It's the first time they're going to be building nuclear power in Poland. There's a lot of infrastructure, a lot of things to do. So as those that are representative of the sources of funds, what's your best advice for those people here from Poland and what they need to do, briefly, to best be prepared to have a successful program going forward and be able to raise the funding they need to support that program? And we'll start with you, Aleshia.
I'll keep it short and then I'll give it to the others. As I mentioned before, Exim Bank has financed projects which had no previous nuclear experience. And Poland is going to be one of those countries. It is important to structure the project well. Initially, get some good financial advisors and legal advisors so the project is presented for financing in a way which makes sense. So planning is very important. Involving IAEA has always helped these countries. They help you guide how the financing can be done, how the project should be contracted. Having good EPC contractors or good parties with experience is a must. ECAs look at that very closely. So I would say planning, sovereign guarantee is an important feature. I know there was a lot of discussion on that earlier, but that expedites the process. Okay. If sovereign guarantee is not there, it can still be done, but it takes a long time.
Thank you. And so, again, briefly, no, Mr. Wang, because we're sort of out of time, so just a brief answer from everybody. What's your best advice for these people? Because I can see they're all at the edge of their seat listening. So.
Okay. From the financial institutions' perspective, the key concern is who and how is the repay for our the debt. So, I mean, please, the host countries, the government and the sponsors discussed well, and please propose the security packages, so we will provide very competitive financing. Thank you.
Okay, and again, very quickly, please.
Yeah. I come back to my subject of risk allocation. In fact, if the risk is allocated to the body who can bear it and manage it, I would say that it will solve a lot of things, including guarantees, including a lot of different things, and limit, in fact, the sovereign to what the sovereign shall bear. Have the appropriate EPC contractor who has the appropriate capacity to deliver, etc., the appropriate planning, definitely. All this will give confidence to the financial community and will give access to financing.
Thank you. Daniel, again.
Adoption of best international practices in the terms of standards and criteria, I think, is tremendously important in terms of driving the global capital markets, the global financial markets into the nuclear sector. We don't have this sort of globalized standards and criteria specific to nuclear like we see in every other infrastructure asset class. And I think an organization like a multilateral that could adopt and enforce these types of standards and criteria would be tremendously helpful in terms of driving capital and driving low-cost capital into nuclear.
Thank you. Anurag?
I think you need a dedicated body to deliver nuclear. You need to fund it with government financing. Don't waste your time with complicated financial structures, chasing private equity, etc. And last but not least, every single infrastructure project goes over time, over budget because of improper planning. So that body which is charged with delivering nuclear should approach it on a war footing, properly funded, properly resourced, properly staffed, and should be held accountable.
Thank you. And Tim, although you gave thumbs up to Anurag, I'm going to give you the last word on this one because your advice is well appreciated. What's your 2 or 3 last points to tell these folks to get going?
Right, well, Anurag was absolutely spot on. These are sovereign risks, firstly. They have to be properly prepared, and that means engineering drawings finished. Not about finished, finished. Construction planning, done. Forget the idea of, with respect, risk transfer. You can't. Risk transfer doesn't work. Risks come back to the government in the end if the infrastructure goes wrong. So just make sure it's done right. So my big message is do what Abu Dhabi did. Find something that somebody else has done and clone it. And if you have to change the paint color, fine, but don't do much more than that. Because all you're doing is creating risk, and poor Anurag and his colleagues cannot cope with this. So regulated asset base is fundamentally taking the bulk of the scary risks into the government support package, otherwise known as it goes where it will always go, which is back to the consumer through taxes or energy prices. So don't get clever, keep it nice and simple, and get the best project managers you can possibly find to do it right. Because if you do, you'll do it on time and on budget. And then we need a program of turning SMRs in particular into the offshore wind commodities that they should be.
Well, thank you very much, Tim. And let's take a moment to thank all of these folks for their input. And that's the end of this session. And please remember all these faces because you're going to be asking them for money soon.
but it will be really about public policies in Europe at large. So for that, we have a very distinguished panel today. And I'm going to start with Mr. Adam Guy-Bourget-Stverstinsky, sorry for the pronunciation, who is graduated from HEC Paris and Paris for Sorbonne. And in his career, he also worked on climate negotiation and Ministry of Environment for United Nations in COP 2019. And then he also was heading the environmental department at the permanent representation of Poland in Brussels, and then negotiated COP 24. And also he became the head of environment department at the permanent representation in 2019. And I think, Adam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, E, for this introduction, and thank you all for being here and for the vivid discussions we had in this during these workshops. I think it is clear for me at least. I think for several other member states. I know Thomas will be speaking as well in this panel for the Czech Republic. It is clear that nuclear energy has a key role to play in our switch to a carbon neutral world, and I can't imagine our transition to a carbon neutral Europe without nuclear energy and renewables and energy storage. And I think in this regard we should think about our legislative framework in the EU and make sure that it does provide the necessary incentives to ensure that the investments we need to achieve our common goals, to achieve the goals that we have under the Paris Agreement, to transition to clean energy, that all these necessary investments can actually happen. I think a lot we are now doing under huge pressure of the geopolitical context, the energy crisis, the brutal invasion of Russia in Ukraine, and its consequences for the continent. And but this situation also has revealed, I think, a number of weaknesses in our model so far, which we are trying to patch, but maybe we should also think in a more long-term way, how can we improve that framework? And I think one of the main element that has come to light under the current circumstances is that what was a long-held belief in Brussels, that was the assumption we had so far when designing our policies, that the market is going to ensure energy security, isn't true. It doesn't work. And it doesn't work, I think that we could best see it recently with the gas market. It doesn't work because if you have a dominant player that doesn't play by the market rules and you are not able to enforce those rules onto him, then you should rethink your strategy to ensure energy security. And this is really something that we should incorporate in our legislative framework to make sure that we do have the capacity needed to produce the energy our societies, our economy needs to remain competitive and to continue to provide the same quality of life to our citizens. And that demands some adjustments in our framework. And certainly one of the main new elements in this transition to a climate neutral world is cost of investments. This transition is very capital intensive. the operating costs of renewables installations or nuclear installations are almost nil compared to fossil fuel energy generation. But they're very capital intensive. So the importance of the financial costs in making these projects happen is even more critical. And so everything we could improve in our framework to reduce the risk, to reduce the cost for the investors, for the banks participating in those investments will be very welcome. And I think one element that could probably answer to those 2 points that I made on energy security and on reducing the financing costs are some form of long-term contracts or PPAs, where we could have, and we have a lot of industries that are willing to show that their production is decarbonized, that they have access to clean energy, and making sure that their environmental footprint is as low as possible, and they are willing to secure the supply of clean energy for their own needs. And we can use that need from those industries with long-term contracts to remove some of the risks associated to the investments, whether they are in renewables or in nuclear energy, and make those investments cheaper to finance and more likely to happen. There is certainly a number of other things we could improve in the EU's framework, but I leave some of the comments for my colleagues to make.
Thank you very much, Adam. So now I would like to give the floor to Tomáš Eller. So Tomáš is Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic. As you know, Czech Republic holds the presidency of the EU by now, and basically is very busy, probably the most busiest presidency for many years because of this crisis with Adam has already touched on. Tomáš, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon from Prague, and once more, I'm very sorry not to be able to be with you in person. It's the wished end of presidency which is reaching, but we still have 2 energy councils in front of us. We had 3 or 4 events to nuclear energy, last one yesterday and today in Brussels on small modular reactors. So it's intensive time, and I think the government agenda is intensive as well. So thank you very much for inviting me and being able to discuss via video conference. And many thanks to Adam for perfect introduction, so that I can perhaps touch another points, and then we can discuss all aspects. I think for us the same as Poland, nuclear energy is indispensable in the energy mix to be able to cover not only the phase out of lignite coal plants, which count for about half of power generation, but what's new, it's the power consumption prognosis forecasts, which shows for Czechia almost doubling of power consumption in coming 20 years. So let's see, even with new build of 4, 5 large unit SMRs, we will still need additional capacities. What's not new but more grave, it's the market uncertainties. That's clear. The price volatility was there in last decade, definitely, but we have more state interventions. Almost everything is subsidized. We have discussion on market design, so that everything shows that we need and being a liberal economist, we need more state, and we need stable and long-term frameworks, as is the name of the conference, or the target. What's new? It's also the inflation. Our models and projects, we have been discussing whether in our calculations whether to use long-term averages, which are closer to today's rates, or we should compute based on interest rates in last decade. And it has shown that we need to account with higher interest rates, which has an impact, of course, on the computation of return on investment, return of equity. So these are perhaps points for discussion. Where we are now in Czechia, we have stipulated or designed our model for new build 1.5 years ago. It's being still precise, and it's still under state aid notification. But the decision was that we want to have the highest assurance that the project will be realized. That means that the state should cover the risks, which is in his responsibility, or which cannot be governed by another subject, be it vendor or project owner. The ČEZ utility in Czechia is only 70% state-owned, so we have to found a model where state ensures stability, but the commercial code is respected, and protection of minority shareholders. So we designed a 3-pillar model based on contract between state and investor, similar to UK. We designed also the law to be able to offer the power purchase agreement. It's aimed at 60 years. It's a target. Let's see. We have 1 or 2 years for final negotiations, and we will see how the notification will be consistent with this target. But I think it's like significant instrument. On the other hand, 2 years ago already, we solved the issue of today. The state will cover the inframarginal profits and can use the profits for lowering of electricity prices in whole region in Czechia. So that's it. And the 3rd pillar, financing, the topic of the conference. After all calculations and in connection with PPA, it has been shown that it's necessary to use the cheapest source of capital, and that's the robust share of the state financing via loan or repayable financial assistance, specific instruments. So this is for Dukovany 2, for unit, but this model is foreseen also for additional 3 units. We are now finalizing the document to decide over additional 3 units. That would mean 4 large units in Czechia to be implemented. So that's it. As for SMRs, I know it's not topic of today's conference, but I hope that the state aid approach or state approach could be a bit differentiated. I think that's lessons learned, that regarding these projects there is a more brave, more risk ready industry or some utilities. And what's important, we need a mindset change, not only in the EU, I can perhaps comment later on, but also in the banking sector, because in last few years the banking sector was quite reluctant, but with taxonomy we need really preparedness to input larger amounts of money to be able to set up the financing scheme, not only from equity or state loan, but to use the leverage also by private loans. So that's perhaps one, 2 points at the EU level. We all know it's not only about national policies, but the EU framework significantly influences investment in the energy sector. So what we tried to do during Czech presidency is putting this question, this issue on the table, and we need to project this technology neutral, true level playing field approach to all policies, market design, financing, subsidies, repower and national recovery plans, etc. So there is still a lot of work to do. We would need more brave European Commission as well, not only single voices, but it will take time, and hopefully Swedish presidency, Swedish friends can continue in this attempt to have a change in the EU. So perhaps that's for introduction. Looking forward to discussion with the panel and participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. I think we have now the Commission, which is maybe trying to start addressing your questions. So we have the pleasure now to have Gerhard Wächter, who is Senior Advisor for Euratom Coordination at the Directorate General for Energy of the European Commission, and they graduated from Economics University of Vienna and has become civil servant of the Commission in 1996. So Gerhard, the floor is yours.
Yves, thank you very much, and first of all, thanks to the organizers of this conference under the NEA-IFNEC initiative for having the Commission, for allowing the Commission to follow your enormously insightful debates, and for participating in the discussion of today. I would say, when we talk about nuclear, uptake of nuclear, and we have heard today, we have many stakeholders in that exercise, in that ecosystem of nuclear, as we call it. We have to always keep in mind that nuclear energy itself is part of a larger ecosystem in the European Union. We have an increasingly interconnected and integrated energy market with the challenges of its own in the times of uncertainty. So it is, whatever we discuss, the basic and key strategic orientation today is very much informed by our Repower EU initiatives, the European Commission's plan to have dependency on Russian fossil fuel reduced, greatly reduced, abandoned, well before 2030. And I would like to recall how this is to be achieved from a European level. We have to save energy, and kilowatt hour saved is not in contradiction with a kilowatt hour produced by clean energy sources. I want to emphasize that. We need diversification. We are facing the consequences of dependency. We want diversification, and every energy source has diversification challenges on its own. And last but not least, the answer from the European Commission and from the EU, supported by member states, is to say, in order to achieve a secure energy supply in this new geopolitical context, we need not abandon, but we need to accelerate the transition to a clean energy system. And this is a system that wants to have this continent carbon neutral by 2050, and who has set out to reduce carbon emissions by 55% in 2030. And if you look at this, my dear participants, you could say you cannot overlook the role that nuclear energy will and has to play to achieve these energy objectives. We in Europe, we don't start from point zero. We have to be very clear about that. Today, 25% of electricity is produced by nuclear energy, but 50% of low-carbon electricity is also produced by nuclear energy. We have certain member states that use and produce electricity with 103 power units of installed capacity of around 101 gigawatt. So if we take on the one hand this new situation we have, this necessity to act, the strategic orientation, and on the one hand our starting point in Europe, let me give me a few elements for considerations in our discussion. First of all, we always have to keep in mind that we need investment for new innovative technologies. SMRs are very prominent, but we cannot forget the existing fleet in the EU. The average age of the fleet in the EU is 30 years. In order to keep that capacity, not to increase capacity, in order to keep the current capacity, we have huge investment needs that were estimated at 350 to 450 billion. And we need these investments to happen to prevent nuclear power units from retiring. A lot of them would in 2030 at a time when we will most need them. Then, as already very correctly said by Adam and Thomas, from a European point of perspective, in a big market, we need the right incentives to the market player at the right time, and we have to make sure that market players understand the signals in the correct way. We have taxonomy, our classification of sustainable activities, and we can today say that nuclear is part of the taxonomy. So if investors invest in new nuclear power plants using the latest generation of technology, if they invest in existing infrastructure to increase safety, make it more efficient, they do so under an umbrella that shows them that they are investing in economically sustainable activities in the European market. Very important. Secondly, competition law. It's a major element in the European Union. For a long time, there was a debate if the European state aid rules apply to nuclear energy or not, because we have a very specific legal regime. The court has said that they do, and we are today in position to say we have made a few landmark competition decisions in the Commission, allowing and authorizing financing schemes to the development of nuclear power programs. I mentioned Hinkley Point C. I also mentioned Paks 2 in Hungary. So we have shown that nuclear financing schemes can be compatible with European competition law, and how they can be compatible. Very important element to take away the elements of insecurity from the markets. Thomas has also mentioned, very rightly so, that what about how we have designed our electricity market in Europe? Is it still fit for the purpose given the new geopolitical situations we have? How can we make sure that we reduce price volatility, ensuring the best and lowest possible price for the consumers? An extremely important debate where the nuclear energy is an important stakeholder. I've mentioned, and many participants have mentioned SMR. We need innovation in Europe. We also want to have a strong European foothold for SMRs, and we think that innovation needs cooperation, and this is why in the Commission we facilitate with the industry, with public and private stakeholders, an activity that should lead to a kind of European industrial model for SMRs, and we're also very thankful to the Czech presidency for supporting this action. So we have these big strategic challenges. They are tailor-made for nuclear. We want energy secure supply. We want low carbon. Nuclear is there. We have an existing system in Europe. But the question is, are we ready? Is the nuclear ecosystem, as of today, fit to tackle the challenge? In order to get a common understanding of an answer to this question and of having a common understanding with all stakeholders, we started a debate at the Nuclear Energy Forum in Prague in November about exactly that question. What is the state of readiness of the nuclear ecosystem? What are the stakeholders concerned? What are the answers, the gaps that we must consider in a multidimensional approach? Legal, economic, you name it. And with this question, I want to end my statement, but it's a question asked against the conviction of the European Commission that with good cooperation of all players, we can turn a vision into reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gerhard, I think, for this very comprehensive overview of the situation of nuclear in Europe. And I think your intervention will probably raise a lot of questions and trigger an interesting debate afterwards. So now I would like to cross the channel for another European country, which is not anymore in the EU, but still, with Chris Effer, who is Director of Nuclear Power and Decommissioning at Department for Business, Energy, Industrial Strategy in the UK. So Chris, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Yves, and I hope you can hear me clearly. And thank you for the kind invitation to be here today. You do indeed cross the channel. Delighted to kind of be with you today. We are obviously celebrating, Yves, a triumph of Anglo-French relations with the announcement of Sizewell C just last week. I am talking to you from Manchester, though, home of football. I think we have a little Anglo-French, maybe frisson this Saturday. So I'm sure we will be friends beyond this. Look, thank you hugely for the kind invitation today. Thank you to the NEA-IFNEC and indeed the Poland's Ministry of Climate and Environment for the kind invitation. Can I just start by thanking and praising the NEA for a couple of things, perhaps before I turn to the UK, in particular the launch of the SMR dashboard, and also I think your kind of leadership around women in nuclear and gender balance in nuclear. The UK is committed to reaching 40% women in nuclear. I'm afraid I'm doing little to add to that stat on the panel today, but maybe next time. A little bit about the UK environment, and like many, we are also turning more to nuclear, both for reasons of decarbonising our system, similar to Czechia, looking at doubling our electricity supply, and nuclear playing a key role as a low carbon, low footprint baseload supply in that. But also like European partners, after the invasion of Ukraine, trying to hit accelerate around our nuclear plans, but finding quite a time lag perhaps between hitting the accelerator and when the sort of motor kicks in to start delivering future nuclear projects. As I said, we have just announced the government investment decision around Sizewell C for around about £700 million last week. It's now 2022. Our previous big nuclear decision, Hinkley Point C, was 2015. So that is 7 years between nuclear decisions. We need to speed up that pace collectively. I guess like many, we're also on perhaps a journey from the large gigawatt plants of today, which still form a large part of the existing fleet, which is aging, our current build plans and maybe some future, to how do we enable different technologies, SMRs in British speak, but also advanced modular reactors, higher temperature reactors, and indeed a world of fusion. So we begin a nuclear journey, perhaps in difficult circumstances. I guess perhaps briefly 3 parts of our broader policy framework would be useful to touch on, and happy to come back to those. So one is that I think, like many others, we're also on a journey from a more market-based framework to perhaps a more interventionist one, and recognize the role for a state-backed developer. So we are keen to launch plans for Great British Nuclear, a state-backed delivery body taking on some of the risk, perhaps owning sites, working with developers, trying to deliver that programmatic approach we need for long-term success. We have also innovated a little on the financing and the funding side. Hinkley Point C done under a contract for difference, so a sort of energy subsidy style regime. We are now with Sizewell C looking at a regulated asset-based model with qualifying costs, perhaps lower rate of returns, but the government sharing the risk with developers and enabling funding during the construction phase, which was a big blocker we found to market-based solutions deploying in the UK. We've also put funding behind advancing technologies, maturing some projects to bring them forward to give us that pipeline. And indeed on the fuel side as well, we have a nuclear fuel fund for £75 million. Recognise you need to build the infrastructure as well. And then perhaps lastly, there's a series of kind of enabling policies, whether in our case that's the siting policies, where are we going to deploy the different types of nuclear for the future? How do we speed up and align and harmonise some of our licensing regimes? Rolls-Royce is 1 year into generic design assessment. Other gigawatts have already been through that. And then how do we work perhaps together across Europe to develop some of the skills on the supply chain that we know we will need and indeed share to achieve our ambitions? So it's really good to work with colleagues, Tomasz, Polish colleagues too. We have similar companies looking at supplying all of us. I think the sequencing and interplay between those is very important. And I know we've shared much knowledge and sharing between us too. So thank you for the opportunity to attend the panel, and I look forward to the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And now I would like to give the floor to Aleshia Duncan, who is the chair of International Framework for Nuclear Energy Cooperation, USA. So, Madam, I know you've already spoken this morning, but okay, the floor is yours, Aleshia.
Thank you so much. And I, of course, thank the Polish government for their partnership in this, along with the NEA, and happy to organize this session on behalf of IFNEC. I guess in my experience as the IFNEC chair, I look at this conversation a bit differently. We've been talking about financing in IFNEC. I think the first session was held in London in 2012. Had to look at Paul Murphy, who was probably there and had more hair. But, you know, we've been having this conversation a long time. And I think now in 2022, as we think about drivers, February 24th sort of changed everything for us. And looking at energy security and the urgency in which we need to diversify and look at the path to independence. And as we look at that, I think about a holistic conversation. And that's not the type of conversation we were having in 2012, because the reports from all of the IFNEC conferences laid out finance models and was a very technical, nuanced conversation. But now when I think about the finance conversation, it is very much a holistic conversation. We've heard regulatory support, knowledge management, spent fuel management, all of these things feeding up under finance. And that had not been the set of considerations that we were talking about back in 2012. We were very focused on CFD or whatever other models, and now we have to look at all these other things as we look at financing, because when we have those type of a larger view of the picture, then we recognize the importance of getting this right and the impact that that has on all of the other things. I've watched as countries have really struggled even to make those initial decisions that have to happen in a project timeline, because if they're not sure about where the money is going to come from, then nothing else is going to happen. And I think that when we start to shift that paradigm of what we need to focus on, it's not just a finance model anymore, and it's all of those things that we need to be considering in order to make sure that we're able to execute in a timely manner. And when I think about the policy frameworks that are the source of this discussion today, I think that we have an opportunity to see perhaps a template and a model in Europe in real time, because this is the area where we have the energy security crisis start, if you will, and that's reverberated around the world. So now we all are having to work through that. This is the area where, under the Commission, that all of the countries will have to not only consider nationally together and then globally how they're going to work with partners and how those financing schemes align and how they're going to be able to talk to each other. This is the area where we have the issues of trying to solve the regulatory capacity, the standardizing of licensing, large and small reactors working together, how to manage the spent fuel, all of these things. And so I think that we have a huge opportunity here to learn a lot of valuable lessons, and again recognize that what's going to take place here in a very short amount of time are going to provide the lessons globally for areas and countries in Southeast Asia and Africa and others who will have to face these similar challenges and be able to have a blueprint from what we've learned and experienced and worked together on in Europe.
Thank you, Aleshia. I think it gives a good opportunity maybe to revert back to Adam and Tomasz in asking exactly what, from your perspective, this invasion of Ukraine has changed the, what I would say, the conversation and the financing framework from your own perspective at national level. What do you take from that?
Well, it certainly has changed a lot the impact, or say the awareness in the society about the importance of energy security and the importance of affordable energy. We see, obviously, in the current circumstances, huge logistic challenges, and moving away from Russian imports is not easy, and it requires finding new routes, new deliveries, new trade partners for the supply that we were getting so far from Russia. And I think it has been a challenge in all member states. And at the same time, we've seen prices increase very significantly, and we've seen the impact it has on inflation, the impact it has on the livelihoods of our citizens. And I think it is just underlining once more how important these elements are in the transition. I think this is always something we had in the back of our minds, at least when we were doing our strategy for the energy transition in Poland almost 3 years ago now. We were looking at how can we get affordable energy to maintain the competitiveness of our economy, to provide affordable energy to our households, and at the same time, how can we secure this energy supply that we need, have adequate level of generations, what investments do we need, how, from that perspective, a diversification in terms of technologies that we use, different sources of energy, can also provide more secure supply of energy. I think these discussions that were very maybe theoretical in our cycles of experts, energy experts, nuclear experts, suddenly they have become things that our citizens are looking at. And this is really a new circumstances, but ones that are only reinforcing, in my view, the rationale for these investments and making these investments more pressing. They're not making them easier to finance, but that's another problem.
Thomas, you want to react also?
Thank you. 4 points. Definitely was what Adam described, the confirmation, justification of the national security aspect of energy. That's clear, and for us, it's sad coincidence. It confirmed the paradigm, the strategic targets of our state energy policy compared to other energy concepts in Central Europe. Not to be concrete, and the role, and that's perhaps think among one targets among other target was to maintain generation adequacy of power generation on at least 90% of consumption. To be honest, I think we need not shared irresponsibility, but we need shared responsibility in the EU. So for us, very important aspect in this market design discussion is that each member state should maintain some generation adequacy target. It's not furniture. It's not classical good. It's strategic asset, and I think we have to acknowledge it. And it also confirmed our state energy policy perspective on gas. No too much dependence on one, especially Russian source. It's already described there. And what is for me perhaps very important impact with still no clear answer is what will be the role of gas. Is it still a bridging technology or not? To be honest, a number of industrial players in Czechia all thought that they will make a fuel switch, coal, ignite to gas, and they have perspective for 20, 30 years. Now, it's not definitely clear. There are still some industrial players who are thinking about nuclear. Unfortunately, the SMRs, we have discussed it last time, are not on the market, so it makes more difficult and more risky the decision. But the discussion is there and it's still open. But the gas definitely will play some role for next years. And last but not least, we are under pressure to speed up all processes, especially by permitting and licensing. And what was not imaginable 1 or 2 years ago, now it's acceptable on the national level. The overriding public interest, simpler, faster permitting, and other things which we work on. I know Polish friends are a bit further. French has approved the law, and perhaps once again we need this mindset also at the EU level. It's not, for me, it's not understandable why is European Commission and everybody speaking only about making the permitting of renewables new build faster and not low carbon new build. Once again, we have to change this. Of course, it's above all the national homework, but if we anchor the overriding public interest, it has to be for both technologies. We need both of them. Thank you.
Maybe Chris, you want to also say something from a UK perspective?
Yes, no, thank you, Yves. Yes, indeed. I think it shows the interconnected of us. And I think, as the Minister said, you find out things about your market-based systems that perhaps were an attribute to become a problem. So the role of gas in the UK, it's how we heat our homes. It also provides the balancing electricity. And we've designed our electricity systems such that the marginal cost becomes the average cost. And so when the price of gas goes through the roof, so do energy bills, and it's very hard to wean yourself off that quickly. So we're having to sort of do windfall taxes on some of the producers to reap some of that money back. I think it also shows the interconnectedness of us in a literal sense. We know, looking at patterns of weather and wind, that the wind is blowing somewhere in Europe, but it's not necessarily blowing on your state, but far away, not very far away, it might be blowing a little bit more. And how do we going to get the interconnectors as we head into a pretty tough winter? I think two things, and speaking not as a politician, perhaps kind of personally, I think that sense of solidarity is still there from the public following the sense of Ukraine, despite the higher prices. I think also as an energy department, we're becoming a social policy department, that fuel poverty becomes a real issue in our thinking as an energy department that perhaps it wasn't before. So although we're here sort of technocratically deploying systems and interconnectors and so on, actually the consumer side of that is a far more real concern, I think, for our politicians as well, and making sure that we have public and citizen support for the investments we need to make, both for low carbon and for energy security reasons. But also making the case for nuclear is not something we've had to do in the past. We may have to do that a little bit in the future as well. I guess just lastly, we've talked about new build, but I think others have picked up on fuel as well. And there is a G7 commitment to try and reduce our dependence on Russian fuel. And I think we are collectively seeing investments go into the infrastructure of our systems as well as the front end on the new build side.
Thank you, Chris. And now I would like to turn the floor to Gerhard. So you have had, first of all, what is the mindset of the Commission further to this war in Ukraine in terms of decision-making on investments? There was also a comment from Thomas on the accelerated permitting for nuclear as well. So is it something that is really being considered? And I would broaden a little bit the question on how, from your perspective, how to unleash the potential of nuclear and remove the roadblocks we see today at EU level.
Thank you very much, Yves, for the very good and very important question. I would not say that we have single ready-made answers to them, to all of them at this point in time, but the Commission is taking all of these questions very, very seriously. Mind you, it was said that today we have a much more open and richer energy debate given the energy challenges we have in Europe. And if I might say, that reflects very much if I look back on my own career from the very beginning. I was involved in drafting for the first renewable energy directive, and if I remember well, over 20 years ago, the objective was to have a renewable share of 12% in the energy mix, and there was little dialogue between low-carbon energy sources. That completely has changed. We have important commitments. We want to have a phase-out from fossil fuels, and that begs important considerations with relation to gas. But first of all, we have a clear recognized role of nuclear in the energy mix as a solution. And also, if you talk about mindset, a mindset that every question that needs to be answered for any energy source, it needs to be, of course, answered for nuclear as well. We not always have the same timeline, but we have a close attention of the Commission of following any of those developments and what it could mean for nuclear. Secondly, the issue of nuclear fuel was also mentioned. That is, of course, an issue also for us in the Commission. As we know, we have 5 member states that are running Russian design nuclear reactor, VV 1440, and that show also, as a challenge, high dependency on Russian nuclear fuel. This is why we very closely work with the member states concerned in order to consider the best measures for diversification of nuclear fuel from this perspective. Stumbling blocks. As I said, I think we are in an attentive and good way in Europe of considering and trying to solve together the major stumbling blocks. As I said, the incentives, the perception and the classification of nuclear. Also, very important, nuclear, also in this crisis situation, and nuclear is an answer to the challenges posed in a crisis situation, is it is in Europe not developed in a vacuum. No? We have in Europe, as we say, one of the most developed legal and regulatory frameworks in the world, with all due regards to any other regulatory framework. We have extensive legislation on nuclear safety, radiation protection, the safe and sustainable management of nuclear fuels. And this, in our view, provides an enabling framework in order for the further deployment and development of nuclear power in those member states who want to use it. When we come now to the market design, this is something that was launched and pointed to by the Commission President von der Leyen in her State of the Union speech. So it is on the highest level of the agenda. Of course, I cannot come to you with the answers to that. This is a debate we have where we take in contributions in terms of public consultation, and where we simply have to find solutions and approaches together, including, of course, on the position of nuclear. So again, to cut a long story short, is the mindset there to consider the nuclear dimension under different aspects of energy policy? I would say fully yes. Do we have the same timeline as for any other energy solution provided? Experience shows that is not always the case, but also things are accelerating from this point of view.
Okay. Thank you very much, Gerard. I think now we'd like to give the floor to the participants. If someone has a question, don't be shy. Or even if a panelist has a question to another, would be okay. Aleshia.
Could I just add to this conversation, though? I think really, you know, we have been talking about energy security, but when we look at energy security as a matter of national security and look at how national security issues are funded because they are critical, I think that widens the aperture about opportunities for funding nuclear programs, because we're struggling to finance something that is so critical nationally that I think we need to think about how that really impacts the national posture in terms of safety and security when we think about that. And I think that is a paradigm shift that is probably on the way, because it's a very different discussion, and I think, though complex, makes it more clear and direct a path forward when we consider the policies that are needed.
I think it's a fair point. Any questions somewhere from the floor? Maybe I have a question for Tomasz. Tomasz, I know you're on the you're rushing down to the end of your presidency today. What would be, it's a little bit early to draw conclusions, but from your perspective, what will be your successes in putting nuclear back into the European agenda, if I can put this question?
Thank you very much. I think we have to be modest and realistic. It's not proportionate to cherish ourselves, but I think with the NF and with the minutes and conclusions of the NF, it's a good basis for the discussion, because almost all points we have mentioned are in the results and officially wrapped up by the Commission. So the discussion is opened, and yeah, we didn't have any legislative proposals, but perhaps first small step and wish would be that that within this Repower EU and national recovery plans, the nuclear would be taken as eligible, and there will be project. I know a number of member states would like to have the financing, be it skills, be it research, development, nuclear fuel diversification in our case, but it's still being, I don't have to be diplomatic, it's still being blocked or not resolved. So I think this would be good to have clarity. This could be a good step for further, but yeah, EU framework and programs is one thing, but I think the important thing is that we have to have all national stakeholders on board and really be swift, fast, change our legislation, and it's also about capacities of national authorities, especially nuclear safety authorities. So a number of things we have now on the agenda, and all are connected, and all are preconditions for the successful implementation of the projects.
Okay, thank you. Maybe one question for Chris. So we heard last, but you mentioned this, basically the step forward being taken on Sizewell C, and maybe asking you about what would be the next steps, either for Sizewell C and even other major nuclear projects that are coming, that could come next.
Thank you, Yves. That is a great question. And as long as my finance ministry is not listening, here is my answer. So we have taken, I guess, a government investment decision. So we have, and the French government, co-invested in Sizewell C. We do want market input and tension. So the goal is to raise the remainder of the financing from the market. So I guess the policies I've set out today, we will test over the next 12 to 18 months to see whether we can raise the majority of the funding required for a large-scale gigawatt country project in a developing country over the next 12 to 18 months in the current market conditions. And that is not easy, but that is the venture that the two governments have set out on. I think what we're then trying to do is build that program beyond. We are trying in particular to build capacity around SMRs, that recognizing nobody has deployed one yet. What is the infrastructure we need to deploy a fleet, two fleets? What is the technology mix and the selections? What's the kind of company mix? What's our national interest in that for the first time? I guess a British thing to think through. And how do we sequence some of those, and how do we get the skills and the supply chain developed? And then what is the role for the proven technology of gigawatt in that mix? What kind of comes after Hinkley and Sizewell? So it feels like a big program to deliver. You will know the French, Okulutu, other places, delivering these on time, on budget is not easy. The Polish and the Czech beginning down that journey, and that makes you quite cautious about each decision you make, are big decisions. equally, industry invest now if you make clear commitments that go out decades. So I think there's a tricky balance for politicians about signalling long-term nature to the market, whilst not writing blank checks in the future. I think maybe my Ministry of Finance can listen to that. I guess our next step then is news on Great British Nuclear. So what is the precise scope, shape, funding and role of our state developer? I know we're talking with others. There are models out there that are different. I think the French model is a rather more oversight one, given you're nationalising EDF. The UAE have a more sort of NEC state-backed development one. I know we're working with others on the role of that as well. So I think we're exploring that mix of the public and private, how you give that long-term certainty without writing kind of blank checks, and how you go on a technology journey, and how you step into the world of first of a kind and nth of a kind, and perhaps how we maybe jointly do that across Europe. It says, well, you take the first one over there and I'll take the second one, and I'll do the first one over here and maybe you take the second one. And I think that sort of market sequencing is the journey we do together.
Thank you very much for this enlightening perspective, I would say. Maybe a question to Gerhard on the question of perception of civil society today on nuclear in Europe very quickly. Is it something that for you is moving to the right direction, or how you see things?
Thank you. It is, it's a very good question, because we should never forget, in Europe we are confronted with a reality where we have, on the one hand, member states, they are setting strongly on nuclear in order to go the low carbon path, and we have on the other extreme a member state who has outlawed nuclear by constitutional law. And this is the reality that we are facing. So the right and transparent communication and dialogue with civil society is for the Commission, but I think for everyone who is observing the sector, and in fact an enabling factor for the deployment of nuclear energy. What we think is in a debate that is often emotional, it is extremely important to differentiate between evidenced science and conclusion and opinions and whatever we do. So we think a good approach and enabling factor for the dialogue with the civil society is always having an evidence-based debate, and here we think that nuclear has a very strong position and a very good story to tell, but it's not always easy to tell it, given the emotional environment that we have, and we have to reflect and we have to develop together a good evidence-based dialogue with stakeholders on nuclear energy. As I said, low carbon footprint, potential to greatly improve energy security. So these are very strong factors that can and should be communicated. Also, what we think that it is always good to start a dialogue about any nuclear project very early. Not when it comes close to, let's say, at a certain project phase, but be transparent and seek the dialogue with stakeholders in a very early fashion. Thank you.
No, sorry, just wanted to supplement maybe on that as well, underlining another element that I think in the current context is particularly important, and that we see in Poland, but I'm sure we see in other member states as well, is disinformation campaigns organized around energy in general, but also nuclear, and in particular around those projects that can actually reinforce our energy security, whether in our case, whether they're concerning diversification of gas supply or nuclear investments, or even renewables to some extent as well. We see that these investments in our energy security are targeted by disinformation campaigns. And it's not surprising, but I think we should be aware that this is the case, and be also ready to, with a very factual and evidence-based answers, be able to address that as well.
Yeah, Kalev Kallemets from Estonia. Question to Gerhard Wächter. So, as a data point, all across Europe, the power prices tomorrow are more than 400 euros on daily average, except for Poland. So, yes, we have the taxonomy of sustainable finance. It's a great, clear political decision by the Council and the Parliament. Based on that, when will the Commission come forward with a proposal to include nuclear also in the just transition and the CO2 revenues, which are clearly now dedicated only to renewable energy? So that there would be equal playing field for all clean energies that have been scientifically and politically approved at the Council and the Parliament level to be included to achieve European climate goals. When will the Commission come forward? And that is a question to you and to Aleshia. President Biden, Mr. Kerry announced on the COP27 that there will be a Phoenix program for countries transitioning from coal to nuclear. When are the details going to be public? Do you know anything about that? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, because it poses this important consideration of having a level playing field between nuclear energy and other energy sources, because how can you talk about fair competition and giving nuclear a chance if this level playing field is not established? It's also a time factor. You mentioned taxonomy, rightly so. Please consider that what we call the complementary delegated act for taxonomy will enter into force only on the 1st of January 2023, so that will have certain developments. So there's always a time criticality attached to it. In my experience, I see another important part in recognizing also the fact that energy sources need at certain point in time different support schemes. And this is also recognized European competition law, as I said, in certain cases. It's another step in terms of a level playing field. When I took the plane to your very appreciated conferences, I was informed that the Commission Competition Authority had cleared a state aid case of research aid to EDF research project on small modular reactors, which also is an extremely important decision and decision of principle when it comes to a level playing field. Of course, more can and probably needs to be done. And if you say this was the role of nuclear in many, just transition and so on, then of course we are very receptive to that, and I can say that we are considering these elements. Also, if I can say, and this is a complementary consideration, but I have to say it, we are talking about the role of nuclear, and we are very much focusing on new technologies, existing technologies, in terms of nuclear fission. We should not forget the prospect of nuclear fusion. We have the important ITER project, that an international project with an important participation of member states of the European Commission, that also in a longer term perspective provides a new dimension for the secure energy supply. another element, and if I can continue this reflection, is also when we consider low carbon energy offers. Let's say in a market perspective, we always have to think also where these low market energy technologies are best placed, and also from this perspective, nuclear energy has very interesting characteristics, because not only is it a low carbon footprint technology, but it provides reliable base load for the energy network. That also has to be taken into account in our answer to the energy challenges.
So I think it's time now to wrap up this debate. So maybe Aleshia, you can take the floor, respond to the question, or maybe say your last comments if you will. Thank you very much.
Sure, certainly. So correct that President Biden announced Project Phoenix, an interagency initiative led by our colleagues at the U.S. State Department to support the coal to nuclear transition. And knowing that they still have to figure out sort of how that will be executed and rolled out, I think that we would hear more on the processes around that in the coming early months of next year, so that we can get to work on that. The State Department already has an opportunity for infrastructure development and human resource development in its foundational infrastructure RST FIRST program. These acronyms at the end of the day don't quite make it, but I think that in coordination, as they look at how they start to introduce and develop countries who are hoping to deploy nuclear programs, and then look at a companion of those that would qualify for the coal to nuclear transition, they're going to organize themselves in a way that they can develop a process that would support that. Knowing how focused we are on deliverables, I think I can assure you that early next year we'll see that process put in place so that we can move forward on that. For my closing comments, I definitely, as Chair of IFNEC, want to thank everyone who participated in this conference today, and all of the valuable insight and information that was shared. Even though we had a group assembled here, I think that there was a very intentional selection of people with very interesting insights that have had past experiences, who are going through things now, who bring in together the collective experiences, and so that we could have hopefully just a widening of our thought process around these issues, and recognizing success is when we're not still having the same conversations, expecting the same results. I think that we hopefully are challenged and charged to be able to move forward in a different way, thinking about opportunities that we have to work together, recognizing we have so much to do in this area and so much to consider, and we have little or no time to get it done. I'm grateful to the Director General and his team at the Nuclear Energy Agency, who have worked so hard to put this together, and want to thank Jan and Michelle and Jamie Lee for their flawless execution of this virtual and hybrid in-person event. And also, again, our colleagues from the Ministry of Climate in Poland for hosting us here, but also for the series that they had the foresight to hold, to have the various discussions on finance throughout the pandemic. And of course, the partners in IFNEC and the countries who were represented here today virtually and in person, for their continued support. And I think it's also very important that we thank you, the Commission, for your diligence and foresight and flexibility in adapting to this changing environment and recognizing what a lift the taxonomy issue has been, and to get to this point recognizing that, you know, you've been very, let's say, forward-leaning about the work that needs to be done, but the progress, I think, needs to be celebrated, and so I want to appreciate you personally. Thank you so much for moderating a great session.
Thank you very much, Aleshia. And the last word rests on our host, so Adam.
Well, I won't be long because Aleshia already thanked everyone, but I want to see, and also special thanks from our side. Special thanks because, as you know, we are in getting in a decisive step for our nuclear program in Poland, and we're still at the level where expenses are not so huge that we can't face them with our current means, but we are therefore planning for the construction itself, for all the costs involved with the realization of the Polish nuclear program, and trying to find the best way to finance this program while minimizing the costs and providing affordable electricity to our society. And the discussions we were having today, whole day, are very useful for us in this context, as this is an ongoing reflection, and hopefully we will be setting here standards that provide the result that we all want when we invest in these projects, that is to ensure stable and affordable energy for our economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I would like to thank all our panelists for their excellent remarks and comments, and I think they all deserve a round of applause. And
Okay, so please join us for cocktails and reception in the restaurant where we had our lunch. Thank you.